We could be holding up our it's right, we could be falling to pieces. Under the bridge of fire burns, somewhere the pages start to turn, and somebody whispers, I need this. I will do anything just to make you see. Don't apologize for what's in your dreams. Maybe this time will be different. It's only us. It's only us. It's only us There is a beacon in the night, found in the temple of our life, showing us visions of the future. So many faces left to find, down in the caverns of our mind. Need you to follow me deeper. It's only us.
Okay, we are back today, this lovely Saturday, with Battle of Scandinavia qualifier number 2.
That is correct. Let's just start with the players, shall we? In the bottom right corner, playing as the Green Terran, it is Emperor M.
And his opponent, playing as Orange Protoss, is from Sweden, it is Fighting Frog.
Yeah, worth pointing out, I guess, then, is that Emperor M is from Denmark, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Phew.
Do you look forward to see action today?
Yeah, I am. I mean, I had a lovely evening yesterday with all of the games that we were casting. Some really good games we got to see there. A bunch of really cool War Prism micro, especially.
Yeah.
So, seeing a Protoss right now, I am looking forward to some more War Prism micro, rather. Let's hope that is something that we'll see, but who knows? Maybe
really
we won't even build a War Prism.
I'm really excited to see Fighting Frog because I've heard he has a quite unconventional playstyle. So let's see what he will do. I have actually no idea. But,
I had no idea that he was. Well, I guess saying that he was famous for it isn't really correct. But the thing that is surprising for me was that I thought that he was playing random, and so when I saw that he decided to play Protoss now, I was like, oh,
Protoss OP.
Yeah, I guess that is the to summarize it all, I guess that is correct. That he's choosing Protoss before any other race gotta mean that Protoss is OP, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, alright, so there we have it, ladies and gents. Protoss is OP.
And just wait until the patch comes when Tempest can put down those electric fields on the ground as well. Yeah,
that would be ridiculous. By the way, I have some really funny facts to tell you all about. Apparently Hydra, the once famous salty Zerg player Greg Fields, got hacked a few days ago, or yesterday even, on Twitch. Someone took his Twitch account and started streaming Call of Duty. And a lot of players were really surprised to see Hydra casting it again, or streaming rather. And so they were looking at the Twitch channel and saw that there was some other guy that was streaming Call of Duty, and they were like, whoa, how did you get a hold of his Twitch account? And apparently Hydra's password for his Twitch account was Protoss OP. So the saltiest of players have the saltiest of passwords. I am not 100% sure that this is true regarding the password, but yeah, if it is, then that is one heck of a funny password to have. Being famous as a salty player and having that password is just like the cherry on top, I have to say. Right, so going back to the game now, we see that first scouting Reaper making its way across Fighting Frog's main. You will see everything worth noting, like Gateway, even see that Stargate being produced for Fighting Frog. In the opposite side of the map, I did spot an Adept earlier, but I think it actually went back to deal with that Reaper. So
yeah.
It hasn't really made its way across the map just yet to see what Emperor M is up to. Both players have sort of similar starts. They are both getting 2 bases. Not that focused on any early pushes. We can see 3 barracks here from Emperor M, so he'll produce a whole lot of bio. We might see a 2-base timing actually. On the other side of the map, we see Fighting Frog has gotten his third, so he is interested in really prolonging this game and go for a really macro-oriented strategy here. What do you think about that, Half?
Yeah,
You being the Protoss player of us.
Sounds reasonable. I mean, at least he went for the gateway first. He wants to get these phoenixes out together with the adept resonating glaives there. We can see that Emperor M is going for some marauders now, and I mean, I think it will be quite an interesting clash eventually here. The phoenixes can do a lot against the bio army that Emperor M is getting, because if he picks up the marines and is able to kill the marines, the marauders will basically be free kills, walking what do you say, walking I don't know, I was gonna do some hunting reference, but I didn't get
walking
to
prey or something like that.
Yeah, something like that.
Okay.
Just lift them up and they can basically do nothing against flying units, so
The issue with lifting up marauders are that they are quite tanky. It takes a while for phoenixes to kill marauders.
yeah.
It's a bit easier to kill marines. They are good versus light units, so preferably you always want to lift up the light units, at least at the start. Later on in the game you can really take some good value out of how good it is to lift up the special units like tanks and stuff like that. Where
This
you
is a
are.
scary force here from Emperor M.
Yeah,
actually.
it really is.
And he's able to pick off quite a lot of units here, and Fighting Frog needs to do something here. We can see the Phoenixes comes in, and one Phoenix goes down, so immediately two Phoenixes down even, and this push will do a lot of damage here. Look at the speed that these pylons just go down. Phoenixes come in here once again, but
yeah, there's not a whole lot of bio left now, so I think this push has been repelled, but having that mothership core in the back of his main was a really big mistake, because what Fighting Frog needed there was a real overcharge defense, something that he could not muster. Without the overcharge, he couldn't really defend as good as he could have. So we can see that 2-base timing that is really efficient from Terran, doing a whole lot more damage than it should have done versus Fighting Frog. At the same time, though, Fighting Frog is still in a big worker lead, and even though he'd lost like 7 probes or something like that, I think it was 7, yeah, he's still ahead, and that is just because of that 3 base. So he did some damage, but most of that damage were actually against army units, so not that much against workers. So I think Fighting Frog is still in a good position, even though the defense didn't go as well as it could have.
yeah, exactly. And I mean, the big loss for Fighting Frog was that he actually lost a bit too many phoenixes there, and pylons doesn't really matter, adepts doesn't really matter either, but losing those phoenixes, I mean, it's 100 gas, 150 gas, right? No, 100 gas, 150 minerals each phoenix, and I think he lost 2 of them actually, and also a sentry here, and we can see the engage coming in here now as well. The mothership is a bit better positioned here, but goes down really fast.
Yeah, a lot of lifts up here are used, so he doesn't have to fight too many units, but it doesn't really do that much damage to the units that are lifted up, and the target fire on that first Immortal did a whole lot of damage. Now we see the target fire on the next one as well, so just 2 units left here for Fighting Frog, but at the same time there's not a whole lot of bio left, but losing that mothership core that early with that amount of energy on it was really big. I think what Fighting Frog is doing right now is losing a bit too much because of how he is, well, not utilizing his mothership core the way he should.
Yeah, I think also he has a bit too few pylons here at the 3rd base. He should add 1 or 2 more just so he can get the extra defense there, and as you said, utilizing that mothership a bit more, because I mean, he doesn't have really the forces to deal with Emperor M's bio composition here right now, at least. You can see once again this Immortal goes down so fast. Phoenixes come in, tries to snipe off these medevacs. Emperor M tries to bait him into the mines there, but Fighting Frog doesn't fall for that bait. The adepts here, they are quite strong, no upgrades yet, and Emperor M is really starting to steamroll here with his upgrades. He's going for the 2-2 as well. And
yeah, now we can see some good Liberator usage here, where he can basically deny the adepts. Oh my god, 2 big mine hits there, killing all of those adepts. But at the same time, the Liberators are dead. All of the mines have fired already. But what Fighting Frog needs to do right now is lift up more units. And Emperor M takes that first game. That was like the 3rd engagement in a row where Emperor M just took more big chunks out of Fighting Frog's army each time, which meant that he couldn't really muster a good enough force to be able to defend against Emperor M's 3rd wave of units, basically. So I think being a bit more careful with your Immortals, and if he could have utilized his Mothership Core a bit better in the first 2 engagements, I think he would have been better off. Because he did have that small macro lead where he could have just gotten more units out on the playing field in response to Emperor. Right, so we are waiting for the next game to begin here, or rather the next map. I'm not sure which map that will be.
Gettysburg, it seems like.
Yep, so New Gettysburg will be our next map. Just gonna quickly put the player in the right positions and we'll go.
So a really solid performance from Emperor M there in the first match of today. I think, well, you pointed out several times, a bit poor positioning there from the Mothership Core, and also not utilizing the overcharge and the amount of energy he actually had there. I at least think adding one more pylon there to the 3rd base and taking that fight together with the Mothership Core would have resulted in a very different game, actually.
Yeah, that is what I think as well. Right, so here we are in the next map. It's New Gettysburg, and in the bottom right position, playing as the blue Protoss, it is Fighting Frog.
And on the opposite side of the map, in the bottom left corner, he is up one game away from the quarterfinals. Playing as the Green Terran, it is Emperor M.
Yep, so it is. Alright, so Fighting Frog being one map away from being out of the tournament, do you think he'll do some early fishy strategies here, or will he try to go for macro-oriented playstyle again?
I think this map is a bit hard to do something with some early push. Like, I mean, you could always go for that probe and go for the Mothership cheese.
Yeah, that is what I was thinking as well, going for that early Mothership pylon harassment by the ramp of the Terran. I guess that is something you could do. Also, there's... Oh, so we actually see... We might see a 3-rack sweeper here, actually.
Yeah, but only one gas so far, so...
Yeah, I think it's bound to be added very soon. We don't see it yet, though, so... Oh yeah, so we are gonna see... We're gonna see a marine push, maybe. Because getting that reactor, not getting more gas... It's starting to look like he wants to go for an early marine push instead.
Yeah.
Actually, so in the opposite side of the map with the Fighting Frog, he's going for some greedy play here. He's getting a Nexus after the Cybernetics core. Nothing too greedy, but still he won't really be ready for what's coming here. We can see a Tekla being added as well. So I guess we are gonna see an early push where Emperor M is gonna add on both Marines and Marauders. Yeah, together with that slow of the grenades of the Marauders. So yeah, some early aggression from Emperor M is going to be out on the map in a couple of seconds now. Will he build a bunker here by the Nexus or down by the ramp, rather? That's a good question. I mean,
bunker over
it-
here.
it's strange to not see the Adept already go out and scout. There it is. So I think the bunker placement here of Emperor M was kind of weird. I mean, it shouldn't come as a surprise that the Protoss will go out with an Adept to scout.
Yeah, exactly.
So I mean, having that bunker over there was just a bit too. Should we call it greedy? I guess that might be a correct name for it. Still, the units are making its way across the map right now, and this will hit Fighting Frog hard. Yeah, the slow is already there, starting to hit on an Adept. The first Adept will go down. The overcharge is done, but it's out of reach of these units. So as long as these units stay in the back here, they can kill a whole lot of probes actually. But still, all of the units are going down, so the push is sort of repelled actually. Still, losing probes like that is not a position you want to be in, but you have to remember that while Fighting Frog is doing this defense, he is getting a macro lead, while Emperor M is not really adding on as many workers. He has to be careful with these stalkers, as they are his final defense, but at the same time, microing a stalker, you can really win against a lot of Marines. So some good micro there from Fighting Frog, repelling the attack wave of Emperor M, and it actually looks like Emperor M will muster some more forces before he'll go in again.
Yeah, and a really good hold there from Fighting Frog. It feels like, I mean, even though he lost 3 probes, he doesn't really get that hurt from it.
No, exactly.
I think Fighting Frog is in a really good position, to be honest, right now. Emperor M hasn't even got his second base finish. He's behind 15 workers. Also at similar army supply, but Fighting Frog has the macro to back up a lot of warpins eventually, if he decides to.
Yeah, so actually looking quite good here for Fighting Frog. We do see 2 gateways being added here as well, so he's starting to muster up some good production as well. Getting that Twilight Council, I think we're gonna see a blink quite soon being researched for Fighting Frog's Stalkers. Same time, +1 has started for Emperor M, together with a starport almost completed. So Medivacs will probably be the way forward here. Yep, he's also adding on that reactor so he can get some more Medivacs out in a short period of time here.
Stim is finished, and
Well, I actually see Resonating Glaives being researched for Fighting Frog, so he's not gonna go for those blink stocks. He's rather gonna go for some mass adept rather. Alright, so we can see at the same time Fighting Frog has that War Prism out on the map. Is surely going to start to make its way towards the mineral line of Emperor M. Just try and see if you can get any workers here. So the adepts are going down. Are going to start to try and make quick work out of the workers. Not a whole lot of damage has been done yet. I mean, Emperor M pulled his workers, and the Marines and Marauders are getting here now. So I think this engagement will be repelled. Fighting Frog did have a sentry there that he could have used together with his sentry to just block off that ramp, but he wasn't really getting there in time, and I think a lot of that had to do with how he had rallied his units and how they started to just shoot on that refinery, which meant that Emperor M was notified about it a bit too early, and which meant that he got there in time to repel these adepts. We see 3 more adepts are going here again now, going to try and get some workers. 3 workers goes down, 4 workers goes down, 5, 6. A lot of SCVs are actually going to get killed here, because at the same time, Emperor M has his main army over here, so 9 SCVs getting killed. More SCVs will probably go down now, because Fighting Frog has even committed to a bigger push here, with a big warp in.
And
So
if Fighting Frog can defend the push that comes out here for Emperor M, he will probably win the game here.
yeah, this is looking really good for Fighting Frog. Just getting a whole lot of
Big
economical
clash going
damage
down
done.
now here.
Yeah, we do see there are
So
some
many
mortals here. Yeah, just too many mortals to actually be able to hold this, and a lot of workers have been killed off for Fighting Frog, which means that I think this is starting to look really good for Fighting Frog.
Yeah, and here comes the counter push as well from Fighting Frog, so this will be a really tough hold here for Emperor M. He doesn't have enough units, but at the same time Fighting Frog decides to back off. But not with his adepts though, and I don't really know what is going on here with Fighting Frogs. So maybe some miss micro, because he seems to go back here. And this is basically all that Emperor M has at the moment. I mean, that's not a big army, and together with additional warpins here from Fighting Frog, this will... I don't think that he has enough forces here to deal with this, actually. You can see he's backing off right now. He will pull all of his workers, and they will go down.
Yeah, we actually see some warpers from micro as well. No immortals have been killed off just yet. We do see... Oh, and there we have it, boys. The thing I talked about yesterday, where not killing off those rocks is an issue.
Yeah.
As we could see there, they all of a sudden started attacking into that rock, which means that you are basically just standing still and taking fire while you're shooting at something that you really don't want to shoot at. So yeah, this means that it's actually 1-1. Some good comeback there from Fighting Frog. I think Emperor M's early push is what lost him that game, because he did really commit a whole lot into it and didn't really get as much damage from it as he could have.
Yeah.
Right, so waiting for Fighting Frog to come back. He wanted a minute break, and surely that is something we can give him. So we are gonna wait for him to come back, and while we do that, we can go for a quick look at the brackets right now. You can see that Solo actually 2-0 Shepherd and is going up against Nuffy. At the same time, Space Marine will play against Pappy Joe, and Ivire will soon play against either Helton or Pain Gamer, depending on who wins that first map, or the first match rather.
Yeah, exactly.
Right, so Fighting Frog is ready.
Go, go, go. Galactic.
Alright, so there we go. The last map for this first match between Emperor M and Fighting Frog. It's 1-1 right now. We're going into Galactic Process. One of, well, the last map that did not get vetoed out of the map pool. So, in the bottom left position, playing as the Green Terran, it is once again Emperor M.
And his opponent, the Swedish Protoss player, playing in the blue color, it is Fighting Frog.
It sure is. So, yeah. Last game, Fighting Frog did a really good hold there in the beginning, and it felt like after that Emperor was a bit shaken, and Fighting Frog took command out of that game. Did a tremendously good job with his attacking, and yeah, just defended well and had the macro lead and took real advantage out of it. there wasn't a whole lot that Emperor M could do. Oh, so I got a bit confused there. I guess that was Mistel.
Yeah.
All right. So in the early game right now, we do see the Fighting Frog is scouting here. He is gonna be chased out of the main of Emperor M. Same time, there's an SCV going across the map, so no Reaper scout this time. This probably means that we won't really see any early Reapers, but rather Emperor M is going for some. Oh, he's actually adding on that Reaper anyway, so going to try and see if he can do some damage, I guess, then, or just being able to scout in the long run with his Reaper. We can see that SCV right now is getting chased away from the middle line. It will probably die here. Yep, there it is. So Emperor M not focused on that SCV, letting it die out of nowhere, basically. Bit questioning about that choice, but hey, what can you say? Right, so barrack goes into another barrack, so 2 barracks right now for Emperor M. Getting that CC behind it all as well. At the same time, Fighting Frog is also getting his Nexus going. So 2 bases is at least what we'll look at for both players. The Reaper that Emperor M built is now going to start to chip away on the workers, probably, or not. Nope, he's actually going to go back with it. So just going to utilize that Reaper for some scouting potential.
So
and
annoying.
half,
Yeah.
please.
It goes into all chat by default.
Yeah, it's because you're a referee now, so
Yeah.
you're able to write in all chat.
Yeah. Well, I think Emperor M will probably resort into the tactic that he had in the first game, which worked out really good there. Just getting that buy army up, a bunch of marines maybe, adding on some marauders here eventually as well.
Yeah, that might be. I mean, he has 3 barracks already. He is producing a whole lot of marines. He's researching stems, so he wants to go for a quite early push. Correct. So, you think he'll get any value out of it? I mean, it looks like Fighting Frog has his defenses out a bit more to my taste. I think it looks more like he'll be ready for an attack now compared to that first game on Frozen, where he didn't really position his mothership core as well as he could have.
Fighting Frog actually seemed to take a 3rd base, I guess, or will he go for some proxy, maybe proxy Stargate or something like that somewhere? Don't really know where he's going with this, or maybe a hidden base here in the bottom right corner.
Might just be, yeah, it's actually a hidden base. So, the thing that is a bit odd is that this can be situated in a place where a Terran wants to rally his medivacs. So it could be that Emperor M will spot this eventually, but not as of right now. Same time, Fighting Frog is gonna go for some early harassment here. These units won't really do that much damage though, because there's a lot of forces here for Emperor M. And we can see that these Marines are not something you want to be trifle with. We can see another CC being added for Emperor M, so he's actually getting a 3rd as well. And that is good for him, because even though there's a hidden base here, it also means that Fight Frog doesn't really want to engage just yet. And since Emperor M is also adding on the 3rd, it won't really hurt him that much. There's a hidden base, as long as he's also getting that eco going. And also you have to remember a hidden base like this is hard to saturate. That's because of the distance between the bases. So a hidden base is not as valuable as a normal 3rd base, for example.
Yeah.
Just because of that. So Emperor M will have a small macro lead going into the mid game here. You can see the war person now is gonna try and just not letting this CC land, and he could actually get some workers here if Emperor M is not careful, but he's actually there already with his marines and marauders chasing away that war person.
But still, some good work there from Emperor. He's taken the fourth now, and I think that this is basically Emperor.
That
I
is
think he
actually
has
really greedy from Fighting Frog.
Yeah, but I think that Emperor has a window right now where he basically needs to attack. However, these units have stimmed ones, and there are no medivacs at the moment, so he really needs to get some damage, but these units will actually be quite low once he stim once again.
Yeah, the question is, will they meet each other? It actually looks like they will. So an engagement here now of Emperor M. He hasn't stimmed yet. Some of his units are actually trapped as well, so Emperor M losing 1/4 of his army there, and he decides to just back off. I think that might have been bad choice, but at the same time there's a drop in his main that he wants to deal with. So I do understand his choice here. The two remaining adepts are in the war prism, getting positioned here by the planetary third of Emperor M. A bit surprised to see a planetary there actually. It's not usually a building that you choose to have by your third. Yeah, we can see now that these adepts are being killed by the forces of Emperor M, and the War Prism is the only unit that is not killed.
And I mean, I can understand the planetary here because it is actually quite a hard base here to defend if the rocks to the right gets destroyed, but at the same time his economy will be...
Yeah, they've taken a big toll out of this. Not having 3 orbitals is usually not something that you want to... It's usually not a position you want to be in. You want to have those 3 orbitals that you can float around and eventually split up your or rather fly away with your bases and take new bases with. But at the same time, this is a usual attack path, especially when you're up against Zergs, for example. So I do see some of the value out of getting a planetary, but at the same time, it's just that you take so much economical damage out of it.
Yeah, exactly. And
being in a situation where Emperor is right now, he obviously doesn't know about the hidden base. It's like Emperor M is lowering his economical income or his income overall. At the same time, also being down 1 base, it's even more of a disadvantage for Emperor M.
yeah, and I mean soon in like 2-3 minutes this will start to show. Upgrades will be coming out for Fighting from Frog just flying in. More units, maybe even tier 3 units like Disruptors or Colossus, for example. He has the ability to build Templars right now as well, and he will have the economy to get a bunch of them if he decides to.
Yeah, we do see Fighting Frog splitting up his army. It doesn't look like Emperor M wants to engage though. He just wanted to bring down those rocks and then go back. So it looks like actually Emperor M is aware of 3 bases, not 4 bases though. And it's sort of looking like he's comfortable just staying at home and getting that 4th base going. Little does he know that he's actually 1 base behind still.
Yeah, and it's a big problem here, especially since the units that Fighting Frog will eventually get is quite gas heavy, and having 4 bases, we can see the big clash here, however, and the force field is able to trap
Big
off.
force fields, but I mean, a lot of the Protoss army has actually gone down. The upgrades of the Terran army is really showing here. A lot of the army of Fighting Frog has already been killed, and the 2 Liberators that are coming right now will help immensely against the Stalkers. We can see 2-3 Stalkers getting killed just by those Liberators alone, and this is really scary push now that is coming here for Emperor M. I did not think it would go so well, but it really shows the upgrade advantage that he has.
Yeah, now it's even though 1-1 for Fighting Frog as well, so the armor is out here. The overcharge here in the back lines as well can help him to hold on here a bit longer. +2
Well, he's
now.
just waiting for the overcharges to finish. We can see that 2 warp gates have been killed off now, and that is actually gonna take its toll against how much units that Fighting Frog can actually produce. We can see first storm going down, not really hitting any big valuable units, and the reinforcements of Emperor M that is coming right now will help him even more. So both of these pylons goes down, which means that 1 warp gate is actually unpowered right now. The adepts can't really engage into this, have to back off. The warp prism, or rather the mothership core, almost goes down as well. We can see 1 Archon has been added from the Templar, so no more storms available right now for Fighting Frog. It's looking like Emperor M is actually starting to do some real damage to the production of Fighting Frog, even though he has that 4th base up and running. He can't really produce as much as he wants to, and you can see that the minerals of Fighting Frog are starting to bank up here, just because of the fact that he doesn't really have enough warp gates to sustain the income that he has. And there's a GG. Emperor M takes game number 3 and will advance.
Yeah, exactly. So really good series, to be honest. Both players did a good job.
Yeah.
And well, I guess we will go ahead with Happy Joe versus Space Marine immediately.
Yeah, that we will. So we are jumping out of the party right now, and I'm gonna invite you and the rest of the players here. So see here, where is Space Marine?
He's Kebab King.
Kebab King. And the other player was
Happy Joe.
Happy Joe. I've actually seen him here in my list. Ah, there he is. So actually 2 RBs will duke it out. That Terran only stimmed once in 10 minutes. Yeah, I guess you're right, Space Marine. He didn't really utilize stim that much, but he didn't really have any medivacs in the early game, and it looks like he wanted to not really engage in that first push that he did, and rather just backed off when he got some of his units trapped behind the force fields. So I could sort of see why he chose to not stim, as he had to retreat anyway, and would have been a waste of energy on the medivacs basically.
Yeah.
Right, so I'll have to administrate for just a couple of seconds. I'll be quiet for just a short while here.
Yep.
Right, so here we go. Just waiting for Kebab King to accept my lobby invite. There we go. And here we go with melee and game privacy. No match history. And I will not play against Pappy Joe.
Why not? It's a good one.
No, I don't want to play. I don't want to play.
Oh,
I want to
okay.
cast.
Ready, please.
Yeah. Well, I'm just gonna run real quickly, get some more water while the clock is ticking. Right, both players are ready, so I'm gonna click that start game and then I'll be right back.
Okay. So let's see here what's going on in the bracket right now. We can see that, well, Nafi is playing solo. It's a CVC in the bottom quarterfinal, and Poo Poo will be playing against Emperor MM that we saw win against Fighting Frog. And I don't know about Helton and Pain Gamer if they are done yet with their series, but some of them will play against Evire, and then of course we have Space Marine and Papi Joe here fighting it off. And
Yep, that is correct. Alright, so in the top right position, playing as the purple Protoss, it is Papi Joe.
and he is well, his new, what do you say, his new teammate actually, because Space Marine joined Red Bloods just a couple of days ago, so he's playing as the teal Protoss. In the bottom right position is Space Marine. So this is basically a prestige match between Papi Joe and Kebab King, both playing for Red Bloods.
Oh yeah, so Kebab King being Space Marine. We have seen Space Marine a couple of times before, but Papi Joe is really someone we have been seeing a lot in the Go for SC2 tournaments.
Yeah.
And he's made a really good job at just showing the amount of skill that this player possess. I'm really happy to have him in the tournament. Actually, I enjoy watching his games, and he's a really friendly fellow as well. So, yeah, I guess I got biased now by saying that, and so that is why I choose to cheer for Space Marine instead, just so that I unbias myself. If that is even a word. Right. So, a bit interesting. I said yesterday that today we will have a whole lot more Protoss, and I guess that is showing right now. We had Protoss in the first game, and we have 2 Protoss now in the first quarterfinals. Or is this the round of?
This is
a round of. Oh, it is. I'm just, as always, not really paying that much attention to the bracket. It's just too much to keep an eye out.
Syntax
so-
error. I hope you're listening now, Shepard.
Yeah, a big syntax error here
Yeah.
for my info.
So,
Right.
Papi Joe,
Yeah.
2 adepts. We can see, I think that Space Marine didn't go for adepts, or did he? I think he went for Stalkers, yeah. So he will be able to deal with these early adepts here. He will probably lose that probe, yep. But in a heads up like this, Stalkers and adepts, the Stalkers win 100% of the times, unless it's me microing them.
Yeah, 100% of the time it works every time.
60% of the time it works every time. And Space Marine.
Wise words. Wise words. I think both of these adepts are actually gonna be killed. And I have never been a huge fan of adepts in PvP in the early game. I've
Same, yeah.
really not understood why you go for them, because it's just so good to have Stalkers, because Stalkers are so much better against adepts. So it's like, why get an inferior unit when you can get a superior unit?
Yeah,
When
exactly.
it comes to pure engagements. But I guess it's just the amount of mobility that adepts have is something you might want to utilize. But at the same time, as long as the player that has Stalkers stays at home, he will always be able to defend against the adepts, just
Yeah.
because of the range of them. And I mean, even having a mobility advantage, the mobility advantage won't really show as much when you're already in the opponent base.
It also feels like, I mean, okay, if you go for one adept just to get some scouting information, but Puppy Joe basically he didn't use the adepts to get into the base of Space Marine. Instead, he just lurked around. Guess he saw there was a second there, I guess, and wanted to see if there was a third as well, but nothing really more than that. So could be anything coming out from Space Marine right now, and he would have no idea.
Yeah, exactly. So, what are we looking at now, though? We do see sentries and stalkers here for Pappy Joe. The adepts are going up against stalkers right now, and the first adept, it's almost killed, will go up against some probes, but an overcharged pylon deals with 2 of them, but 4 probes have already been killed, and that is quite big. Losing 4 probes already. And apparently he got tricked by that shade.
Yeah.
Or what actually happened here?
He's able to get...
Yeah, he's gonna get a few more actually, and they're still not killed. This adept going out with 4 health, now being killed. 6 probes for 3 adepts. I guess that's a reasonable trade for Space Marine.
We'll get even more here, so...
Yeah.
The problem here is that Puppy Joe actually goes quite offensively with his probe immediately when the drops comes or the harass comes, and that means that he will always lose probes, because instead of pulling them away, he actually pulls them towards the attacking unit. So
Yeah, exactly, and I guess that is helping Space Marine to get damage done.
yeah. And well, this War Prisma will have a hard time getting anything done here. Adepts running around just keeping... we can see at the same time there was actually a adepts at the front here, and they are doing some real work here to the mineral line. 10 probes down now as well, and
Yeah, look at the worker count now. It's 36 to 45, and that's a GG. Space Marine takes that first game. I guess he just didn't like how many workers he had actually lost there.
yeah.
And
Galactic, by the way, is the next map.
yeah, I had already forgotten about it, so that's good. Thanks, Hoff, for telling me about that. Right, so yeah, just was really not careful with these workers. I mean, just throwing away workers like that, the workers are just so important in a mirror matchup like that. The workers is basically what is telling who is gonna win in the long run. And both players are ready, and we will go immediately.
Absolutely.
Alright, so for our next map, we have Galactic Process and Space Marine, or Kebab King, as is his name on StarCraft, is up 1 map right now in this best of 3. So in the top right position, playing as the orange pro does, it is Pappy Joe.
And his opponent up 1 game away from the semi-finals here, and the spot in the main event is Space Marine. What do you think Puppy Joe should do differently now? He lost 2 adepts so early. That is always some minerals lost and some gas lost, and then he also lost so many probes just to the adept harassments from Space Marine. What can he do differently this time just to get a better economy, get a better production up, for example?
I'm not sure. I think the main thing is just not losing workers. Like, be more careful. Don't chase after units when you don't have to. I mean, it's always a good idea to pull workers when you're in a position where you have to have an advantage somehow against your opponent. I can totally see why you do it then, but it felt like Pappy Joe was just way too uncareful with his workers. And I think you'll agree with me as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Just, I mean, he didn't have to pull the workers in order to fend off that attack because his main army was there. He could have just backed off with the probes, let the main army deal with the adepts, and he maybe would have lost 2 instead of 7, for example.
Exactly. So some weird choices made from Pat Joe. We can see that Kerberg, or Space Marine rather, he's building that proxy pylon. It looks like he might actually want to do some early aggression. See that Papi Joe has locked down his front perfectly here, so Space Marine won't really know what's going on in the back of this. It looks like Papi Joe wants to go for some early adept push. Not adding on that Nexus, rather getting a Twilight Council. He has 2 gateways. Walkie technology is being added right now. But nope, it's actually looking like he is adding on a Nexus. So while he has that early glaives soon done, well, he'll probably go for it at least. I'm not gonna put myself in a corner where I promise that is what he'll go for. He is adding a Nexus, so he wants to go for some Eco as well, at least.
It seems like Space Marine's actually going for a 1-base all-in here, basically. He's adding on production, he's adding on a robotics here as well, which is finished right now. So we will see some Immortals coming out as well, dealing with the Stalkers of Papi Joe. We can see what is it called, Chrono Boost as well here, just to get that Immortal out really fast. And this might actually be quite hard for Papi Joe to deal with here. You can see adding on extra pylons here just to get the mothership boost here, basically.
Yeah, walkie technology just now finishing, which is really needed for Papi Joe. As soon as this Immortal comes, it will be really hard for Papi Joe to defend this. Because, I mean, 1 Immortal is just so big here against these Stalkers. But at the same time, the overcharged pylon will bring down the shields of these units. And we can see that that first Immortal has his shield popped already, which means that it won't be as tanky for the next engagement.
And also Dark Templars being warped in here now at the proxy pylon of Papi Joe here, so this is spotted, however, by Space Marine, and the question is, well, Space Marine doesn't have any vision to deal with Dark Templars at the moment.
He has his Robo back in the proxy position, so he might utilize that. But how much damage can he actually do? I mean, he is gonna go for the mineral line now, which is gonna do a lot of damage and will deny mining as well, which is in fact really big. But yeah, here's the observer, and that means that the push is shut down. And it's not looking that good for Papi Joe now. Not entirely sure what he can do.
He did, however, kill off a bunch of workers for Space Marine, but he's also losing production here.
Yeah, now he's even gonna lose that cybernetics, which is really big. Building that you really need to have in order to build any kind of units more than zealots.
Yeah.
Yeah, the thing is, he has 3 overcharges ready here. Not adding on that just yet. And whoa, that was actually quite a weird position to have with your mothership. So yeah, the overcharge goes down. Gonna start to deal with that warp prism micro rather. 2 Immortals just bring down the pylons quite faster when I think you should pull workers now. This is actually a position where you can pull workers.
Yeah.
As you might actually get some value out of that. And he actually does that now, but I think that is too late.
And this looks really grim here. He has the Dark Templars, but there's the GG. So Space Marine taking 2 games in a row here quite fast, and really show that he is in it. He is ready for Battle Scandinavia here, and he is qualified as well. So solo won against Nuffy, it seems like, in the bottom quarterfinal here.
Alright, so if we take a quick look at the bracket right now, Space Marine moves ahead. Embrem is still playing against Poo Poo, I think. So no real games available to cast right now, I think.
No, it seems like that, and
Wait just a second here. I think that Evira will play against Space Marine. I think they have played, but I'm not entirely sure.
what happened with Poopa and Emperor M? Because Poopa is available.
I'm gonna check. I think Emperor M is not available right now.
Oh, I don't really know where he went, to be honest.
Evira is... Right, so guys, I think it would be smart of us to go for a quick break here while we sort this out and get our next game going. I think we might actually look at our first semifinals of today.
Yeah, maybe. Let's see what's going on. And
yeah, so we'll be back in just a minute or two. So yeah, stay with us, guys. We'll be right back.
Can you dig it?
And now it's just like, man, you got to have that time where you just like disconnect from the scene, just the race. Like, and it's a race that I've created in my head, you know? But you have to step away from it.
I can't find my way back to you until you make amends with the demons you've been through. And I can't regret leaving you alone until you find your way back home.
Okay. This is probably the last quarterfinals of today because Vira and Helton are currently playing, and the winner between Emperor M and Poopa will play against Solo in the semifinals, and the winner in this match will also qualify for the main event. So a lot of stake here, on stake, at stake.
Yeah, a lot at stake.
Epic fail.
2 out of 2 errors.
Yeah.
Right, so in the bottom right corner, playing as the red Zerg, it is Poo Poo from Finland.
And up in the left corner, he is mean, he is green, he is a Terran machine, it is Emperor M!
Yeah, so some of your openings are quite hard. It's quite hard to predict when they'll end, so I always might zoom in a bit too early because I'm not sure when you're gonna say their name.
You have to have the feeling mindful. The feeling.
Yeah, I guess I'm just not that good at hype casting. I think that is why you'll probably be the hype caster in the long run when we get better at this whole casting business. As I don't have the feeling for it as much as you have.
Well, I have a class, 7.5 points of Swedish university. Is it even called university points? I guess so.
No, it's like ECU points or something like that. It's the equivalent in Europe.
Well, I also have the master thesis here that you can write if you want to. It's 30 points.
Yeah, in what?
Hype casting.
Oh, so actually I thought you were gonna actually go into a subject that was actually true. Like, yeah, I have 7.5 points in that could translate to hype casting in some weird way. But you were actually bullshitting all along. I'm so disappointed, man.
Well,
I really did think that you had something there.
That you ought to write if you're gonna take my class is 65 pages, excluding references of hype casting sentences. So 65 pages of only sentences that you can use in hype casting. Yeah.
Well, I actually think if you went through all of Testos's casting in Korea, you'd get 65 pages worth of hype casting. So I guess you could just do that and and pass your course there. Actually,
I have already passed it. I'm the examinator, so.
yeah. I mean, for everyone out there that would like to take that class, you didn't hear it from me, but it's possible to cheat that way.
Well, I'm aware about this sheet that is going on right here, and we can see this Hero Reaper killing off 2 Zerglings, and now we got backup from 5 crazy Marines that are really angry. You can see them lining up there on a line, like disciplined Germans, basically, even though
Once
the
upon a
Marines are
time,
from Denmark.
when I started playing Zerg in StarCraft 2, I learned about these six first Zerglings that you get that are called safety links. And the first thing I heard was, you never go across the map with these links. They should be at home to defend against early shenanigans, like a Reaper, for example. And what Poo did here was he ran his safety links all the way to Emperor's main and died with them.
And
So
start to attack
he
as
actually did just the opposite of what I learned. And I mean, you can do that if you're a bit better at micro, I guess, and better at understanding the game. But still, it's a real gamble to have your links across the map like that.
Yeah,
I
I
guess.
mean, a wise man once told me that you never go full across the map.
You never go full across the map.
Yeah.
Never go full across the map.
Yeah, exactly. And look at
Sounds reasonable.
Look at Forrest Gump. He ran across USA, but he didn't run across the whole world. I mean, exactly.
No, he didn't. He actually didn't.
Yeah, exactly.
He did have a really big box of chocolate, though.
Yeah. Well,
Chocolate.
this Terran is like a box of chocolate. You never know what you're gonna get. But right now you're getting a
No.
lot of Marines. 2 medivacs filled
Well,
up
actually, I
with
think
Marines.
Pooper knows what he's gonna get, because he's gonna get 2 medivacs full of Marines. A kind of standard push from Terrans.
Yeah, Pooper, you're gonna get it. A
Yeah,
bailing
but at the
bust
same
here.
time, look at the bailing bust.
And the 2 medivacs with Marines now, they really should be here to defend this, because the amount of Zerglings here is quite dangerous actually. But the Zerglings eventually go down here, losing 4 workers though, and 2 supply depots. Okay.
Yeah, it wasn't that big of a push, actually. Pooper didn't commit too many links to it, and rather stayed at home with a lot of them to be able to defend against this. And look at that, already 4 drones have been killed, which means that they're actually on equal amounts.
Yeah, and this
Look at
is
the siege
scary
here now. They actually have. He actually utilizes his liberators here to sort of put up a no mining zone here, where. Oh my God! He actually lost 1 medivac there. That was a bit of a mistake, I think. He should actually move his liberators, I think. But I guess just denying mining for a while like this is a really good thing to have it as well. Oh my God, it was open, but the mines help out so much. So I guess that was a bait.
Yeah,
Great,
crazy.
great bait, mate. 8 out of 8. Holy moly, that was actually quite good. And we do see that 1 liberator got killed off while that happened, but the other liberator is just so far away. So it would be really hard for Pooper to actually rally all of his queens around the map like this because of the missing of creep there. So, interesting. I do have to give this to Emperor M. Just denying mining for so long, getting a couple of drone kills, and also getting a couple of queens. I think Emperor M is the one that is looking a bit better off right now. Yeah, we'll see what happens here. We do have a drop lord going across this tiny little slim bit of a map here to the main, and will probably drop links quite soon.
I wonder if he's
same time we
waiting
do
for
see
the
some-
bailing speed to finish there and wants to morph all of those Zerglings into bailings instead, just to kill off workers. It's possible.
We might see that. At the same time, we'd have a quite big drop here for Emperor M. just as the Lings move in, or they are actually not. We do see mines have been pulled. They are already in the ground, and he will actually be able to snipe this fourth base to no aggression at all. The mines almost connects to those broodlords. That could have actually hurt him quite a bit, just because of that friendly fire.
Broodlords?
Yeah, broodlings. I mean, broodlings. Sorry.
Oh, not a good mine hit there, and
Some good connects to the links and actually getting a lot of value out of
but
them.
look now, 24 SUVs killed here, and this
Yeah,
hurts.
that is big. That is really big. And was that all because of the Ling run by to the gold base?
Yeah, I think so, and I don't think that he has actually dropped into the main yet with the drop lord, or has he?
He has.
Yeah,
So it was actually
Banelings probably. Yeah, he must
yeah.
have.
So exactly. So that was a big push into the main as well.
And that hurt.
And now we see another one. Will Emperor M have learned anything here, or will the same happen once again?
Well,
It
tune
looks
in
like it might.
next week and you will find out.
Yeah. What if we had cliffhangers?
Yeah. Well, that was all from Battle of Scandinavia 2, the qualifier. You can see the next episode at Viking TV, Sweden.
.se.
Yeah, next week.
I thought you were actually gonna promote the homepage.
Nope.
We haven't really been good at promoting the homepage for
Yeah,
a while now. But
good split there, but still decent bailing hits there from Pupu. And
oh my
5
god, losing
more.
so many SCVs right now from all of these Ling run bys. Some real good value out of all of these Lings.
And this is really starting to hurt Emperor M, because he's down 31 to 31 now, and he has lost 44 SCVs so far in this game. And
Yeah, and it's really starting to show just how much value you can get out of those Lings. I'm not entirely sure what Emperor M can actually do here now, because he has not been able to do as much damage as he want to against the Zerg of Poo-Poo. And Poo-Poo is on high tech now. He has his Ultra Cavern almost completed. And yeah, it means that he will have to go up against with this army.
yeah, and it looks really great. Chitinous plating being researched now. Admiral Glance not that far away. Still only at 1-1 in upgrades though is Pupu, while we have 2-2 for Emperor M. So if something is gonna happen here for Emperor M, it has to happen right now.
Yeah, and we'll see if that happens right now. See, another mine going down will probably... Nope, it actually does not connect, but another mine does. Yeah, the push is coming now. So quite good timing of this push before the chitinous plating is done for Poo-Poo. And it doesn't really look like Poo-Poo want to engage until Emperor M has overcommitted for a bit.
And he was in a quite bad position, to be honest. Some really good micro work
Yeah,
here from Emperor
Yeah,
M as
really
well.
good splits.
And
But at the same time, we do see another drop in the main of Emperor M. And 6 SCVs have already been killed, and that's actually so big right now. And oh, actually getting one of those. Getting one of those in. No, mate, what are you doing with your medivacs? You
and,
lost so many medivacs there out of nowhere.
I
That is
actually
just-
think this is quite GG, to be honest, because now chitinous plating is down and Emperor M doesn't really have the economy to get enough army compared to Poo-Poo that has basically almost double economy or income right now, and he has what he needs to start to steamroll with his ultras.
Yeah, well, at the same time, Emperor M has managed to move his base here, and I guess he is in a bit of a good situation where he has the gold base, he has this base mining, and also the natural and the worker lead is not that high for Poo-Poo right now, and Poo-Poo is just producing army units right now. So I think if he can do a good job versus the Ultras, he will be fine. But I mean, just the Ling Rumbies once again that will hit here, and Emperor M has nothing to deal with this.
And the problem now is that Lings also have Admiral Glance, so
Yeah.
they will hurt a lot more. All of these mines are cleaned off, 14 workers killed so far, even more being killed right now. A small defensive force here though that can at least hold the second base there, the perimeter into the second base. But look here, he's losing so many workers all the time to these Lings. I mean, 23 workers killed now, and he was up in workers compared to Poo-Poo, but now he's suddenly 11 behind.
Yeah, exactly, and it's just, I think Emperor M's just doing mistakes here now, which is really damaging his ability of coming back into the game. I mean, it was a good move getting that main CC down here to be able to mine again, but not putting any kind of defensive measures to it. It's just, well, I just don't really like it. I mean, he has to have some kind of defense here, some Marines or something that can help out.
And he will start to lose mules now as well, and a couple of more SCVs. Emperor M tries to do some more damage here into the mineral line, but these are Marines are so overstimmed and no energy there. I mean, look at this, he's just denying mining here for a while, just sacrificing a couple of Lings in order to deny Emperor M here, and trying to get this base up and running here. But as you can see now, his bases are so split out. He's basically at opposite sides of the map with I assume that is his 4th and 5th base.
Yeah, something along the lines with that.
And this will be so hard for Emperor M to actually defend now, because I mean, if he goes to either side to defend, you can see the Lings just swarming in from all directions here, and he doesn't have the army really to deal with these Ling Rumbies right now, because he has to be positioned in the middle where the main army of Poo-Poo was a couple of seconds ago, and the Lings just start to ship in here on the production as well, and he's losing CCs, and this is GG, to be honest.
Yeah, he's just all over the map, and there's nothing that Emperor M can actually do here.
No.
It's just too much everywhere that he can't really defend against. Sad to say that Emperor M could have actually pulled through for a bit, but just losing so many workers before the Ultras arrived.
Yeah.
Even though he could have overturned Poo-Poo, the amount of Ling Rumbies that he did and the amount of value he got from it is just too much.
Yeah.
Now we see one desperate final push here for Emperor M. He has one medevac without any energy, gonna try and heal up all of these stemmed units. And yeah, she's in for a real horse job, as it's called in Swedish. Insurmountable amount
and
of work.
here comes the wraparound from the Ultras. One hit
Yeah.
from an Ultra and basically the whole army here is dead. And well, this is GG.
Yeah, so first game goes to Poo-Poo.
Poo-Poo.
Yeah, a really funny name. I like it. Right, so first map was Apotheosis. I wonder which one the next will be.
Yeah, Frozen. It was vetoed.
Be careful with the amount of air you breathe into your mic.
Yeah, we have tax on air breathing here in Sweden.
Yeah.
Soon, at least, we will have that. Did you hear about the new tax against solar energy?
Nope.
Well, I don't know if it's decided yet. I think so, actually. It was like the 1st of July or something, 1st of June. But, I mean, I think it was the MP, Environment Party, Miljöpartiet in Swedish, that if you have, I think, if you have more than like 255 square meters of solar panels, you have to tax a specific energy tax for that. Yeah, both are ready, so...
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that Space Marine doesn't start the semifinals without us.
Yeah.
As he thought it was a quarterfinal, actually.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah.
Means that Space Marine, Helton and Solo are qualified for the main event. We are looking at the last individual here that will qualify as well. It will be Pupu or Emperor M. Pupu right now in the front seat, leading with 1 game compared or against Emperor M here, but Emperor M, he is mad and he wants to bounce back here and equalize it to 1-1.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Right, so in the bottom left position, playing as the red Zerg, it is Pupu.
And his opponent here playing as the green Terran hasn't seen any mech yet, only bio. It's Emperor M. Do you think we will see mech from Emperor M?
Nope, he's not a mech player.
Yeah, no. You can always hope.
I guess. I mean, I do enjoy not getting mech every once in a while, actually. It just feels like there are some mech players that are entertaining to watch and some which are not. One mech player that, well, I guess you know by now that I really enjoy casting and watching is Lillecanine. And then there's some mech players that are just playing a mech version where you turtle too much, and that kind of mech actually becomes a bit stale and unentertaining, I think. I want that up in your face mech style. That is the enjoyable one. Right, so this is the second game, or the second map of this match, quarterfinal between Pupu and Emperor M. Pupu is up 1 game, which means that he only needs 1 more victory to qualify for the main event of Battle of Scandinavia 2, and also advancing to the semifinals. But as of right now, we are actually just in the quarterfinals. This is the last quarterfinal, though, because as Hoff said just a minute ago, I think, 3 players have already advanced into the semifinals and to the main event of Battle Scandinavia 2.
Yeah, and well, Reaper coming out here, Scouting Reaper for Emperor M. A second CC being added here as well. The hatchery for Poo is finished. Speed is being researched. Adding on 2 queens here for the 2 bases. A good save there from Poo going into Spore Crawler.
And we can see now the Reaper up, throwing out his grenades, trying to snipe off a drone. Not able to actually get any value out of it yet.
Well, he got one drone actually.
Yeah, from natural.
Yeah.
But all in all, I think Pooper did a good job there. It's always hard to defend against that first Reaper when you don't have speed on your Zerglings.
Yeah, no queens out. It's a short window there where the Zerg really can't do anything except for having chasing the Reaper around and trying to save as many drones as possible. But only 1 down here, and Pooper seemed to listen to you, destroying that debris at the ramp.
Yeah, the debris is always important to bring down, I think.
Yeah.
It's just something that can be annoying to have when you are retreating, for example, and start a step in. So yeah, we can see that Emperor M has not done that, and that means that he'll lose.
Statistics, please.
You heard it here first. Yeah, I'm actually... Sometime I will go through a lot of games and see the amount of losses that have come out of these rocks not being killed off. Would be interesting.
We just go in every game and see, okay, did this player destroy the rocks? Oh yeah, he did.
Yeah, and then I'll sit there for 10 minutes just watching the rocks.
Yeah.
For 10 minutes straight, yeah.
Funny.
I do not think that job would be that entertaining, to be honest. Overload speed has been finished for Poo, so he will easily be able to scout when need be, and just getting into that main of Emperor M. Emperor M has 2 bases up and running. Going to start to wall off this. Think Emperor M is going to be a bit more careful this time with how he SimCities his bases, so that he doesn't get Ling run bys as much as he did on Apotheosis. This map is a bit more favored towards Terran when it comes to being able to avoid Ling run bys. It's not as open as Apotheosis, so I guess that talks in Emperor M's favor. But I'm not 100% sure, but I think so.
The timing push here comes out for Emperor M. Combat shield finished, stim finished, +1 attack finished as well, and 3 Marauders, quite a big force here of Marines actually. So the question is, will Poo be able to counter this? He has the Baneling nest right now, and he's morphing in 5 Banelings, it seems like, and creating a bunch of Lings here. He knows that this attack is coming, he scouted it, and well, I think he's trying to do some wraparound here with his Zerglings, just waiting for them to go in here, but Emperor M's he's just stimming straight in here. This round is bound to happen here. Good Baneling hit there, all units down to red HP, and that is cleaned up really well there by Poo, and well, no damage at all done for Emperor M. I think he killed 1 queen basically, but rest was only Zerglings and Banelings. So counterattack is bound to happen here from Poo, it seems like. No, he's actually backing off, just scouting off here, see if there is a 3rd base, but it doesn't seem like it is right now. He has the 3rd base on high ground though, and will try to fly it down here.
Yeah, so I think Poo is just satisfied with the amount or the little amount of units that they actually had to sacrifice in order to defend that. Yeah. Some really big surround there helped a lot with getting a really good Baneling hit. It made Poo able to defend that easily. Yeah, Emperor M not managing to get as much value out of that push as he had wanted to. Just really lucky there with that Baneling hit, I have to say. It was just a bit too offensive, I think, and going way too far in against the 3rd of Poo-Poo. We can see some Lings are making a run by here. Once again, getting 2 workers, 3 workers. And it's just too much, Emperor M. You have to be more careful against this.
Yeah, it feels like his positioning is not... I mean, it's not good enough right now. He basically just needed 3 or 4 Marines there in the front of that second base to deny that push. And instead he loses 7 SCVs, and his whole main army was over here at the third base because the rocks were destroyed earlier by Zerglings. But still, you just putting 3 or 4 Marines there to fend off any small aggression there would save him it would save him so much, actually. And the second
really
push here goes out, a bit scarier than the first one. He has the armor upgrade now as well, together with 4 medivacs with some energy, so he will at least be able to heal up his stim Marines here. Small Ling force here trying to do a run by, it seems like, from Poo-Poo. And goes into the second base once again. Nothing here to defend. Yeah, a few Marines here though now ready for this. Loses only 2 SCVs, but
the wraparound that will come right now. This is not the favorite of Emperor M right now. He needs to pick up and go. Some units are actually sacrificed, but this time the Medivacs does get away without too many losses. Good surround there from Poo-Poo, going around these obstacles and going right into the back of Emperor M's army. Real good solid thinking there.
I really like Poo-Poo's playstyle, to be honest, because it feels a bit like True somehow. He's really doing those multi-pronged attacks all the time. He's thinking one step ahead, as you saw now, going around trying to trap the army of Emperor M instead of just going for a full frontal assault. He's always doing these small harassments and keeping the attention of Emperor M maybe somewhere else and stuff like that.
Yeah, exactly. And we can see once again Poo-Poo going for that surround, going to the back of Emperor M's army. Will meet the reinforcements of Emperor M though. We can see some good splits here for Emperor M right now. Some Bailey's tries to get some connects. We get some big connects in the back of the army. And all in all, I think Emperor M has to back off some good connects with these mines, but the Banelings are still alive. But a lot of Lings actually got killed off there. And we can see that the army supply is actually in the favor of Emperor M right now. We see now if these Banelings does get some connects, all of the mines have already shut their bombs, so they can't really help out that much. And we can see that the Banelings just helped so much in that engagement.
Yeah, what Emperor M did there was he actually split his army into 2 and dealt with the wraparound there before he went in with that part of the army. So he did. He
There's some good thinking there.
Yeah, he never got that surround that he was aiming for, and Emperor M was well. He really adapted to what happened last time, so really good play from him.
Oh, we do see Muras now being added as well. So this is really indicative of a player that enjoys troops gaming, I have to say. This is sort of a trademark build from True, but I don't think Poop is as good with his queens as True is. There's not as many queens as True usually utilizes, so I guess that is somewhat of a difference between the two players. So we do see a planetary going down here by the 4th of Emperor M. So there won't be any Ling Rambites here at least for Emperor M. But look at this push now that will come in to the 3rd of Emperor M. He does have a bunker here though, but the Banelings will make short work of that bunker. And as the Lings go in, they will get a lot of the SCVs here unless the SCVs get away. The planetary can't really help out with Mutas though, but the Liberates can. And the Zerglings are chased away, and so are the Mutas, and actually Emperor M doing a good defense for once.
Yeah, I also think that, well, Poo-Poo did a... His decision there was correct. He shouldn't have chased the SCVs. Instead he went back, tried to do some damage there to the orbital instead. if he would have continued his chase, yeah, he would have probably killed maybe 6, 7, 8 SUVs, but he would have lost all of those Zerglings to the army of Emperor M there.
Oh, we see a new push here now for Emperor M. His 2-2 army trying to turn back some of the amount of creep tumors that have advanced across the map. Once again, a Ling run by making short work of all of these workers, and this time Emperor M is not focused at all.
No, his army was in a completely different position there, just getting the creep tumors there that has spread across the map, and that resulted in 22 SUVs killed.
Yeah, which is just too big.
Yeah.
Another planetary for Emperor M's 5th base. We'll see if that can actually help out. Think it will actually. Let's see now, drilling claws is almost complete. Crackling upgrade for Poo-Poo is on its way, as well as the Greater Spire and the Ultra Cabin. Two Liberators are trying to battle it off against the Mutas. Not very good splits there for Emperor M because of that ramp. But I think this push of Emperor M can actually do a lot of damage unless he gets a really bad Baneling connect here. But good splits here for Emperor M, not enough to actually handle it though. And in the end, the Corruptors and the Mutas are alive together with the Queens. So
just too much there for Emperor M to handle actually. Even though
yeah,
he did some decent
too.
splits there, there were too many Banelings left that could just be redirected into the split. And also
Exactly.
the Mutas and the Corruptors in there killing off those Medivacs actually resulted in a quite expensive push there for Emperor M, losing a bunch of units.
And once again a Ling run by goes here. And these SCVs are gonna get killed off once again. 3, 4, even more. Why don't you place your mines a bit further up, Emperor M?
He
Why
actually
have them
has
over there?
two mines, but not good enough vision to hit the Lings because they get into shadow once they pass those smoky things.
The smoke, yeah.
Burrowed Ling over there as well, just to deny
Being
some
annoying.
mining. Well,
Right,
I
so-
really feel like at the moment it is a really even game, but still Poo-Poo is getting all the time that he needs to transition into Ultras with Catinous plating that is finished right now. So
Look at the amount of Broodlords here that can be caught when they are morphing. But Poo-Poo reacting a bit faster than he can, but he really wants to kill off these Broodlords before they pop, but he's not there in time. And now the Broodlords are here, and it will be a really hard time for Emperor M to engage into this. I think this is starting to look grim for Emperor M. He doesn't have the late game units that he needs to deal with both the Broodlords and the Ultras, together with all of these Cracklings. Even though he has some Liberators, the Broodlords are just too tanky.
yeah, not enough to kill a Broodlord with only Liberators. He needs the Vikings now.
Yeah, but at the same time, Emperor M did a really good split there against the Lings and managed to kill off most of the Lings. So this basically just Broodlords and Ultras right now. More Lings are getting added though from the reinforcements of Poo-Poo, and Emperor M has to back off into his main right now, where there's already an Ultra
Yeah,
in the back as well. And there's the GG, and Poo-Poo actually advances to the semifinals and will be the final 4th player to advance to the main event of Battle Scandinavia 2. So congratulations to Poo-Poo, and yeah, sad to see Emperor M go, but didn't really pull it off against Poo-Poo there, sadly.
yeah, and we'll just take a short break here until we start with the semifinals, and we will start with Space Marine going up against Helton. So it's
Yeah.
a Protoss versus a Terran.
Precisely. So we'll be back shortly, guys. Stay with us.
you find your way back home. Don't let me drown. Don't let me drown. Don't let me drown. Until you find your way back home. I can't regret leaving you alone until you find your way back home.
Yeah, and in the bottom right corner, the first participant in the semifinal, it is Helton. Orange Volos. Is that a new race? Ah, yeah, the fourth race. I thought we would never see a fourth race in StarCraft, but I was wrong. A mix between Protoss and Volodla. Alright, cool.
I forgot to turn on my mic. Crap.
Well, so what you didn't hear, guys, was that in the upper left position, playing as the orange Protoss, is Kebab King.
Space Marine.
Oh, Kebab King.
And he's playing
No.
as the Plolos, the fourth race.
Exactly, the fourth race. Right, so first semi-finals here. Space Marine, I guess, is a bit favored being the Grandmaster player. Helton being in the Master 1 tier. I think Space Marine is a bit favored, but at the same time, Helton is a really good player, so it all depends on what goes on here in the next few minutes.
Yeah, I know. I mean, Helton has participated in quite a few. Go for SE2, for example, playing at the professional level in Norway and stuff like that. But I think overall, Space Marine has participated in more tournaments and at least bigger tournaments.
Yeah, and has gone further into the tournaments as well.
Yeah.
So I guess Space Marine is favored without really surprising anyone, I guess. Still, Helton making its way all to the semifinals means that he is qualified as well to the main event. So I guess already he's happy.
Yeah, and he can also play without any pressure here because, of course, he might want to clinch that 5% of the prize pool that the winner gets, but I mean, just qualifying for the main event might be good enough as well.
Yeah, exactly.
And might have been his primary goal, which he has now achieved, so I guess.
Yep, you are correct. But at the same time, I mean, Helton is not a bad player. He could surely pull this off.
Yeah,
He did scout that Stargate, so he knows that there is, well, at least oracles or phoenixes on its way over to his main base. As we can see, there is an oracle, and
yeah, and look to the
will we
left
see any
at the
damage?
map. Yeah, over there is a factory and a
Oh my God, this-
starport.
Yeah, you know what I always think when I see stuff like this.
Yeah, Thors and the battle cruisers.
Yeah, being damaged by Lilikanin's shenanigans, that is what I see.
Oh my
Right,
god.
So the natural is locked down for Kebab King. There is an oracle on the way though, so you have to run away with your SCVs. Ooh, and at the
down.
same time, oh my god, it wasn't closed. So these 3 adepts goes into the main of Helton, and this is so big. Getting a lot of SCVs now. The Marines are coming here now. They will be able to do some damage to the adepts, but they are running away and will actually be able to do more damage to the SCVs. But all in all, the Marines are here to try and finish off these 3 remaining adepts. 2 adepts remaining right now. They are by the mineral line. The oracle is by the natural.
Killing
And
off that
taking a lot-
CC takes a long time.
Yeah, getting 2 SCVs. There's no more SCVs remaining there in
Oh, the first mine
main
hit
though.
there from Helton did quite a lot of damage actually. 8 probes going down, so not a bad trade.
Equalizing.
Yeah.
No, he's equalizing a bit of the damage that Space Marine did actually.
Worth to mention though is that Kebab King or Space Marine has a 16 worker lead here. And he's also able to get 2 workers there. 4 workers going down now for these mines are actually doing quite a good job here, killing off workers, to be honest. However, Phoenix is out here to deny any shenanigans. Seems like another dropship is going down into the main though of Space Marine up in the left corner.
Yeah, that adept didn't really do that much damage.
Look at the Space Marine's main base, though.
Yeah, there's a Liberator over there, which will probably do some damage as well, because Ede's Oracle right now is denied, and this Liberator has been denying mining for quite a long time now. I guess almost half a minute, and that is quite big.
Here comes the Phoenix, though, that can kill off this Liberator, and it will just stand there, taking away valuable mining time. A third base is up, however, for Space Marine. Oh, and there's the GG. I guess Helton felt that he was too damaged by that early adept push and couldn't really recover, basically.
Nope. And so the first map goes to Space Marine, and we'll be seeing these two players duke it out on Frozen Temple next.
Yeah.
As I say this, lightning begins to strike Stockholm together with a lot of rain, apparently. As can probably be heard. Yeah. Not really sure how I'm supposed to hide this out. How loud is it?
Well, you can definitely hear that it is raining at the moment.
Yeah, this was an unforeseen circumstance. I'm not entirely sure how I can
Damn it,
I
God!
can fix this.
Stop it! Here in Gothenburg it's actually sunny at the moment, with a chance of meatballs.
Right, so hopefully some sound was nullified now.
Yeah, a bit lower right now. So
Yeah, so I guess that's good at least. Let's just hope that no more rain hits my window. Alright, so the second map will be Frozen Temple, and it will be a TVP once again between Helton and Space Marine.
yeah.
Right, so in the bottom right position, playing as the pink Terran, it is Helton.
And his opponent that took game 1, playing as the orange Protoss, it is Space Marine. So, some good work there with the early harass from Space Marine. A bit, I guess, Helton was unfortunate there and didn't close his supply depots, which allowed Space Marine to get into the main and do some real damage there with his adepts. So I guess Frozen Temple is a bit harder to succeed with an harassment like that. The I mean oh yeah, might good point out there from Gator, actually.
Oh, you haven't changed the name in all of this time?
Yeah, it seems like it.
Oh no. Hoff, what have you done?
Too much syntax error in my brains.
You had one job and one job only.
I went full retard, I'm sorry.
I guess you oh well. Anyways, we have Space Marine versus Helton.
Yeah.
And Helton adding on a factory seems like he'll want to do a 1-1-1 start.
Yeah.
At the same time, Kebab King, Space Marine rather, he's adding on that cybernetics core. Doesn't look like he's adding on Nexus.
Seems like he's going for some proxy shenanigans here.
It actually does. I assume this is because he's in a comfortable one map lead and will try to finish off another map fast. And yeah, we
exactly.
see a Stargate actually added. So this means that we'll see some Oracles or Phoenixes quite early in the matchup.
Yeah, indeed, and I mean, the tactic that this tactic that he's using right now is basically the same, except that he's not go. He didn't go for a proxy Stargate in the previous game. He hid it in his base instead. But still, I think he wants to accomplish some harassment here in the beginning with adepts. We can even see the mothership core going out here for Space Marine. However, there are cyclones here, and this will be really hard to counter for Space Marine right now. We can see the mothership core. He's actually trying to do a proxy pylon here.
Oh, but losing that mothership core is just so big. This cyclone, how valuable, isn't it? It's redonkulous, to be honest. It's just, I don't know. Space Marine doesn't get any value at all out of it, and even though he has that proxy Stargate right now, it won't really do that much damage, I think, because of the cyclones. But at the same time, the cyclones are making their way across the map, so they won't be at home to defend. So the Oracle will have free reign over the mineral line of Helton. And Helton, you need to run. You need to run fast, because this will hit right at the heart of your mineral line. And a lot more SCVs are getting killed. We can see another cyclone is finished now. It will finish up this Oracle in a bit, but the damage has already been done. There's just so many SCVs that got killed there, but at the same time, the push that Helton has here is actually quite scary for Space Marine and can do a lot of damage. We do see one overcharge going down, and that is the only thing that this mothership core can actually muster right now. We see one mine going down by the probes, getting 4. Another mine is spurring right now and will help out with defending these cyclones. A turret has actually been built here by the second base of Helton as well, so he is locking that down immediately right now. And you can see that the mines that Helton has are actually going to be focused down while they're trying to move across the.
Well, I'm back here, but it seems like Mindful actually disappeared here. We can see a big push here from Health, and the Cyclones here doing a lot of work here. We'll probably take this Nexus down as well. I think that Mindful might have got a power shortage maybe from the Thunder. It's possible. Well, the flying barrack here.
Game paused.
Well, seems like I'm not the referee. It might be the thunder, as I said, or the rain. So
Game resumed.
well, game is back here. So unfortunate there. Sometimes stuff like that happen, but not much to do, I guess. 2 Cyclones here, poking together with 2 mines, and these Stalkers will have a hard time actually. We can see both Stalkers are going down here, and there's a GG, so Helton takes game number 2. And I think I heard Mindful, and that Mindful is back.
Yeah. I'm sort of back at least.
Was it the thunder or?
No, it was actually one of my relatives that pulled out a cord, electrical cord to one of the Wi-Fi transmitters.
Oh.
Which, yeah, was not a good thing to do in the middle of a cast. But I think I'll be alright now.
Good.
Yeah. So I can't really see my chat history, so I don't know about the maps now.
Let's see here. It's New Gettysburg.
Right, so my map names have disappeared. Oh. So, alright, there we go. Back at it once again on New Gettysburg.
Yeah, and well, relatives even worse than thunder, apparently.
I guess so. I
When
guess so.
It comes to dealing with Wi-Fi and stuff like that, technical stuff.
Exactly.
So guys,
So-
do not get relatives.
Relatives is the worst.
Game
Right.
paused.
Oh,
So,
you started the wrong map, Frozen Temple.
what? How is that even possible? It said that it was gonna be New Gettysburg.
So weird.
Yeah, that is really weird. I can't see the map names of...
Now it's New Gettysburg.
Right, good. Because I can't see the map names. Because of my disconnect, everything is empty. It doesn't say the map name. So I'm just going by pictures, and this is New Gettysburg according to the pictures.
Yeah, you have to accept.
Yeah, I'm the one that created, so I can't
Ah.
really accept.
Weird.
Yeah, I know.
Well, this is New Gettysburg at least.
Good. Right, so here we go. Once again.
Whoop.
One more try. Let's see if it works out this time. It's
I think
1-1 between Helton and Kebab King.
Space Marine.
I just like that new name of his. Kebab King is just funnier overall.
Okay.
Right, so in the bottom right position, playing as the orange Protoss, it is Space Marine. Ah, you see, I
Yeah.
can say Space Marine.
Well, his opponent, he is Terran, he is pink, but he's not what you think. He's actually from Norway and he's Helton! Ooh, ooh, Oslo, Norway, oil, woohoo!
Exactly. Right, so Helton taking a comfortable comeback there in that last game. I did really enjoy seeing that Cyclone push. It worked out really well for him. Looking at the game right now, I think I think both players are in a good position here to getting a 2-1 victory. I can't really right now tell which player will actually get that. You can see proxy barracks being added, so we might see proxy reapers. We might also see early Marine Marauder push. It all comes down to if another gas is added or not.
Exactly, and
Oh, and just in the nick of time manages to lock down that wall of Helton.
so close, to be honest.
Yeah, that was really close.
This probe trying to kill off that SCV, not able to, however, but it's completely blocked off, and adding a tech lab at the second barrack, it seems like, and a reactor at the first one that he built. We can see 2 Marines going out here, and Nexus down for Kebab King or Space Marine, and Adept being produced right now. So yeah, as you said, Marine Marauder push going down here. We saw it earlier from who was it? Emperor M, right?
Yeah.
The exact same build here, so don't know, maybe Helton watched that game and I want to try that.
Yeah, it might be. Well, we are seeing the same tactic being done here again, and yeah, let's see if he is better with it, basically.
Well, he's actually going with 2 SCVs here, and this Adept, oh, that's quite big, actually, losing that Adept, to be honest. Because
yeah, but at the same time, he got some valuable scouting information.
Yeah.
Something that whoever it was that Emperor M was playing against did not. So I guess that he got that going for him.
Yeah, and we can see the mothership core in position here. Additional pylons going down here as well. We'll try to kill off these SCVs here, and the SCVs will have a hard time actually getting anything done here. Marines trying to poke at this mothership core, can't really do anything. We'll try to get the pylon here instead then, and here comes the overcharge. No Marine down yet, it seems like. 1 SCV down, however. So far so good for Space Marine. He's holding on here, starting to get the production up here as well. Almost warp gate technology finished here. This pylon will go down, and it goes down fast here. And the question is now, will Helton be able to get a bunker up here? He actually goes quite offensively here with his SUV, and it's really low. He doesn't care about the oh, and there's the second overcharge, and here comes the warp in as well. This will be a hard push here for Helton now. Additional stalkers has been added. The probes, however, are still pulled here, not getting anything down there from the second base. The Marauder Slow is doing a lot of work here as well. But now the force of Space Marine is starting to become basically too much to handle here for Helton. The Adepts are chasing these Marines and will try to block the path here for Space Marine. And is actually able to get all the Marauders and all the Marines as well. So defensive bunker going down here, but it seems like Helton actually did equalize here, at least economy wise.
Yep, you are correct. I just answered Pox real quickly in chat. He wondered what the score was right now. Okay. Yeah, a good comeback there from Space Marine, managing to push back that push of Helton. But I mean, the amount of probes that he lost them basically meant that the greediness that he showed in the beginning is basically nullified. I think it's a bit in Helton's favor right now.
Yeah, exactly. He's trying to kill off this bunker here, but can't really do anything. Not enough forces. Also can't get into the main base here. So right now, this is a bit of a stalemate here for a while, until Helton, I guess, has gathered enough forces so we can push out and kill off the harassing units of Space Marine that is lurking outside his base here. You can see here Space Marine always ready there with the supply depot. He finds the hidden barrack over here, and Helton doesn't want to lose that one. This, however, will open up his main base, but still stalkers are here and reinforcements are arriving here. These Marauders will go down.
Yeah, well, just look at the amount of damage that Marauders can do to stalkers. It's actually quite big. But at the same time, it looks like Space Marine is starting to gain momentum here. He has cleaned up a lot of the army of Helton, and Helton has to actually go back with his CC.
Yeah, and I actually think that he should have sacked the tech lab there on that barrack and just lift it up and still have the defense here at his second base, because by pushing out like that he actually got a bit sandwiched between the units of Space Marine and the reinforcement that came from behind.
Yeah, you are correct about that.
And as a result now, well, his income has drastically been reduced here, and he is starting to fall quite a bit behind here. We can see a 13 worker lead here for Space Marine. He's also getting that third base, while Helton, he's not even mining from the second base as of now, and he won't be starting mining for like 15 seconds maybe from now either.
No, exactly. So, I mean, it looks like Space Marine is starting to gain even more momentum and will be favored as of now, I have to say. But some harassment is going to go down by this Liberator. Will deny some mining, but won't for that long. He has to pull back that Liberator.
Yeah, seems like it.
Combat shield almost completed for Helton. Will help his Marines against the Stalkers especially, just to increase that survivability, that hit point level of the Marines. 2, 3, 4, 5 SCVs right now killed from this small adept drop. It's hurting Helton even more, and this is not a position you want to be in. You don't want to lose workers right now. If you want to go back into this game, you have to really play it solid right now in order to really come back and be able to win this. Do see that the natural is back up for Helton. He is mining from a fully saturated natural, but Space Marine has his third up and ready. Yeah, it's... I have to say that I don't really see how Helton can come back into the game now. He just doesn't have the amount of army, doesn't have the amount of income that he needs. Yeah. He's down almost half of the amount of army that Space Marine has, and almost half the amount of income as well. So the push right now that Space Marine has, it will devastate Helton, I think.
Two sentries with max energy as well, so he can both put up Guardian shields and force fields here. And well, we can see here the adepts just go straight in. The workers are pulled immediately there by Space Marine. The Warp Prism here with additional adepts here as well, and this is basically just too much for Helton to handle. This game falls into the hands of Space Marine, and he takes a 2-1 lead, so he's only one game away from the final here. And the next map that we will play is, let's see here, Galactic. It seems like, yeah, Galactic Process.
So, Galactic will be our fourth map. Space Marine up one map and one map away from actually winning this and move away to the finals of the second qualifier. What do you think? Do you think that Helton has some last-minute cards up his sleeve, or do you think that Space Marine has this?
Well, it's a tough one, to be honest.
Yeah, I think so too.
I mean, Helton did some really good work there with the Cyclone push that he did, but Cyclones are so useful against Protoss, but it also requires a map where you can move back and forth, and I don't think that New Gettysburg is that map, so maybe Galactic Process is a bit more suited for a similar tactic that he used at Frozen Temple, but I don't know really. Helton at least has a tough job of him, taking ahead of him, taking 2 games here in a row against Space Marine. So
Yeah, exactly. Right, so in the top right position, playing with a 1 game disadvantage, it is Helton.
and his opponent, playing as the Orange Prolos, he wants to take this win and go into the finals, no doubt about it. It is Space Marine. Yeah, and well, I think basically Helton, he did a bad decision, absolutely, in the previous game. I think he could have had a better position if he wouldn't have gone into the fight just to save that barrack and save the tech lab. He should have waited instead and stay there, just sack that tech lab and get the barrack into safety. And the loss of that army actually put him so far behind because he couldn't mine for a long time, while Space Marine took his 3rd base and started to basically well, snowball away from him.
Yeah, exactly. So sad to see Helton not managing that push, because I would have liked to see a 2-1 lead for Helton, as I think he's in a bit of a disadvantage when it comes to skill level. I think he needs that buffer basically with a 2-1 lead, because I think it will be hard for Helton to come back right now. But I mean, nothing is impossible. And we do see now this SV going back home. It's 2 CCs up now for Helton, and will get a lot of income going quite soon for Helton. At the same time, we do see a Nexus is completed for Space Marine as well, which means that even he is on his way to getting that 2-base eco going.
Proxy Stargate going down as well.
Exactly, we do see that for Space Marine in that normal proxy position. We've seen this a couple of times before, actually. At the same time, it's a really hard position to scout at first, so you don't really go there that fast. You see a gateway being added as well, so he will get that fast warp-ins when it's needed.
Yeah, exactly. I really like this strategy from Space Marine, because now I think he's looking for getting the economy up just so that he can produce from like maybe 5-6 gateways, getting adept speed and going for a full push here. Actually, he's producing a lot of adepts at the moment. Yeah, and at the same time he has an Oracle on its way as well, which means that he'll be able to do some work damage at the same time. And as long as he pulls these Marines away from the base, he can also utilize the fact that he doesn't even need this Oracle. But at the same time, utilizing it as an offensive measure as well is also a good way of dealing with this. Because, I mean, right now, there's not a whole lot of Marines left. Yeah, and if we see another Oracle, as we actually do, these 2 Oracles will really be able to make create a good amount of havoc in the mineral line of Helton. We do see the Oracle is making its way towards the mineral line of Helton, and 4 SCVs have been killed already here. That is actually quite big. Another Oracle is in the natural of Helton's base. Will get 2 Marines here, but meeting that cycle means that it will be killed off. 6 SCVs have been killed. Some adepts are here as well now, making some damage to the SCVs. Again, 7 SCVs have been killed. The cyclone will start to kill off these adepts, but the adepts tried to get its way into the main, but did not, and they will... Nope, they actually did not manage to get another SCV. So 7 SCVs in total right now. And it will be hard for that Oracle to do more damage, actually. The same that we do see Helton is
starting to push his way forward with one tank and a couple of marines. He's gonna scout this proxy position actually, and that is quite big because there's also a gateway here, which means that a lot of an investment was actually made into this. Not even caring about wrecking these buildings, but rather just putting down that pylon means that they will be unpowered and won't create any new units as of right now.
Yeah, exactly.
And yeah, the remaining oracle is cleaned up as well, so no more oracles on the map. And now Space Marine will have to look at home, because he will face a couple of cyclones and some medanks as well, as the push of Helton makes his way towards the natural position of Space Marine.
Well, I mean, it's definitely a scary push here from Helton, with the Cyclone, with the Liberator here as well now, 2 tanks, but I mean, he really has to do damage quite soon, because Space Marine has 3 bases and he's basically saturated at all bases.
Look at the amount of adepts right now. The tank micro means that it can save that tank for right now. At the same time, no more reinforcements will be added here for Helton though, because at the same time Space Marine is pushing his way across the map with all of those adepts.
Yeah, and he's looking to do some damage here, because he has the economy to get... Well, it actually seems like he's going back here now. Wants to protect that Immortal maybe, but no.
The Immortal is already killed actually, and with the amount of micro that is added by the tank here, he actually managed to do a lot of damage, but weird of Helton to not decide to pick up one of the tanks before leaving. I mean, this is not looking that good for Helton, to be honest, because he never got to the mineral line. He never got any damage done, really, besides just getting some units killed.
Yeah,
so
and a few
it's
pylons.
Yeah, exactly. So it's looking quite grim for Helton, to be honest. But at the same time, there's actually a Liberator that managed to get 3 workers, but won't really get that much more, as there's Warpins right now with Stalkers that will be able to chase away this Liberator before it can do any more damage. And the Adepts are here across the map right now. We'll probably be able to kill off a couple of workers as well, as the Adepts make their way into the mineral line. 5 SCVs have been killed right now, and even more being killed. 8 SCVs have been killed, and Helton, this is looking grim for you.
And I'm back.
Yeah.
Doorbells.
So what can we say about this? I mean, it just seems as if this game is starting to pull its way towards Space Marines. Well, it's starting to really look like Space Marine will win this in kind of a comfortable way, because Helton is on 2 bases. He's lost a lot of workers. He's down 30 workers right now, and Space Marine could just win this with a pure macro-oriented playstyle. He doesn't even have to do anything fancy. He just needs to produce and get to that 200, and he could just steamroll Helton. And especially utilizing these adepts like this, getting a couple of workers every now and then puts him up in even more of a good position.
Yeah, and we can see here just Space Marine isn't even focusing on army right now. He's just macroing ahead.
Yeah, exactly. Getting even more workers now. 6 SCVs getting killed there. And as this final big push of Space Marine makes its way across the map, I think that Helton is sort of defenseless. So there's not a whole lot that he can do, but it looks like Space Marine is backing off. He wants to play this safe. doesn't want to end up losing this map in any kind of weird way where he do some big mistake or something. Small drop here in the main, getting a couple of workers again, 5 SCVs being killed, and I mean, just getting a couple of workers like this will just put him up even more ahead. Another big push towards the third of health and this GG, and I think we could see that a long way, that there wasn't much Helton could do, sadly. So this means that Space Marine moves in to the finals of the second qualifier, and is only one game away from getting that 5% win, 5%
Prize pool
of
win.
the total prize pool.
And well, it seems like Solo is in a ladder game right now, so I guess we will take a short break, and when we come back we will have the other semi-finals between Solo and Poo Poo.
Beginning to slip around and hit the Immortals less impactful since there are not a lot of roaches, but the War Prism warping. Oh! Beautiful move, taking out that War Prism, and now it's just a matter of time before life can hold this. The force field's going down that ramp. All the drones coming off the line. He has to remove these units. I believe he's going to be running out of force fields here for that ramp. He can still do at least a decent amount of damage. That attack could have possibly won this game, but in the last second, Life managed to gun down the War Prism at a moment they could.
Is doing some scouting here. Now Matumba Man realizes just how many heroes of LG are actually here. He's in his room.
The two heroes are from the side.
Oh, the smoke beetle, the road to the Ravage! 5-man setup right into the Static Storm. The Anvil gets dropped by LGD. And they take 4 just like that. An ultra kill for Jerix of all people. And now maybe he's looking for the great escape through the trees, but he's already been hit by the track. Liquid not going to try and go for the dive, though. Liquid
From far away they came to us with knowledge. They changed our world and left us without warning. They will return the day when they are needed. Our gaze is shifted upwards to the sky.
Okay, guys. Mindful is here
Yep, I am.
as well. This will be an interesting one.
Yeah, so in the bottom right position, playing as the pink Zerg, it is Solo.
And his opponent from Finland is playing as the red Zerg. It is Poo Poo. What do you think? CVC matchup can always go either way. Two good players as well. What will it come down to?
Micro. And, build order selections, I think. At least in the start. You see a lot of early aggressions from a lot of third players when they're up against a mirror matchup like this. So, yeah, micro and build orders, I have to say. You can see that already the players are differentiating a bit. We see a early spawning pool for Poo Poo, a 13 pool or 40 pool.
No, actually I think it
see-
was a 17 pool. And Solo went for the 17 hatch instead.
Right, I'm not really sure, but maybe at this. But at the same time, this means that Solo will be able to or will rather have to defend. Maybe if Poo Poo decides to go for any kind of early aggression, because he will have Surgeons out a bit faster than Solo.
Yeah, exactly. 4 links being produced here from Poo Poo, only safety links so far. And adding on that queen as well, Solo's second hatchery almost finished here. So, well, Solo decides to go for 2 links and 2 queens. And I can't really see that he should have any problems defending this small push.
He shouldn't have. I mean, it's only 4 links. And speed not even started yet. It is started. But yeah, one drone might go down here. Yeah, it actually does. One drone for no Zerglings. A big pick off there for Poo Poo in the start of the game.
It's basically
Oh
GG.
my god, yeah, it's basically GG right now. I have to say the Poo Poo is looking tremendously good now. Nah,
You see, you have some
all
hype
jokes
casting
aside.
in you.
Nah, I'm not sure. It didn't feel good. So, I'm not that sure actually. Well, at least Poo Poo got some value out of getting that early pool. We can see he's trying to bring down this overload, but man, you'll have to run across the map to get this one, because it will. Oh, maybe he actually gets it before he gets on the high ground. So yeah, some small pickup there for Poo Poo again, bringing him a bit closer to the win there. One overload and one drone is a lot more than nothing.
Exactly.
But look at this. 4 banelings being added here right now, and Poo Poo is on top of that right now. But at the same time, there's a lot of links here for Solo, which means that he can defend some of this, and when the banelings pop, they will be able to really block off a lot of these links for Poo Poo. And Poo Poo doesn't even have a baneling nest. He has Roach Warren started, but he won't finish, or rather the roaches won't pop out for quite some time longer, and I think he'll be able to actually clean up this third before Poo Poo can actually do anything about it. We see 3 banelings moving its way in towards the middle and getting 5 drones, and that is really big of a pickup for Solo. At the same time, Solo being able to defend his third, he is looking quite well actually, I have to say. The third
base is down, but the roaches are out. Quite good number actually for Poo Poo here with the roaches. A roach warrior from Solo is being added as well here, but the push will probably come from Poo Poo now once he has his roach numbers up here, and will look to do some damage to
yeah,
Solo.
but Solo at the same time, he has 3 bases. He has 2 bases saturated. As long as he produces a whole lot of things out of his lava, he can easily defend this. What he decides to do is actually go for a Ling run by again towards the third. He wants to keep Poo Poo at home. But as it looks right now, it seems as if Poo Poo really doesn't want to let Solo get that all by himself. So he's moving across the map and into Solo's natural here.
And he actually didn't cancel that third base. He actually lost 300 minerals there. The roaches for Solo is out, but there are too many roaches here for Poo Poo right now. He needs support from the links that are coming in from behind here soon, but a good... Actually, some of the roaches here spawn behind, and we'll get a surround here and a sandwich onto Poo Poo's roaches, and this is quite a big loss actually for Poo Poo here. He will be behind here, playing on 24 workers compared to 35 of Solo. Also 2 bases compared to 3 for Solo, so this looks quite grim for Poo Poo at the moment, and well, Solo right now is in a really good position.
Yeah, it's looking like Solo is actually gonna be able to take this first map, as he's just favored in all ways. He has a bigger army, he has a lot more roaches, he has a lot more drones, and he has 3 bases. So I mean, it looks like Solo is easily gonna get this map. And at the same time, see that Ansky in chat says that it's Poo Poo and not Poo Poo, but I don't really see. I don't see the difference. Pew 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 poo.
I was thinking that it is like poo poo, poo poo.
Oh my god, it sounds ridiculous. It's poo poo, not poo poo. Oh.
Stop it.
Oh my god.
Well,
well, I kind of lost it here for a little bit, but yeah, it seems as if I have to say that was a really bad engagement from Solo when engaging to these 2 spine crawlers. He basically got a big spread with his roaches, But at the same time, he didn't let the links go by, so he couldn't get any value out of his links, and basically blocked them all off, and he had to retreat after that.
Yeah, exactly. And it seems like Pupu is getting his third base here and trying to fortify it with the spine crawlers as well, but I mean, he's so far behind income-wise and larva-wise right now, so I really think that a heavy push will come out from Solo any minute.
Yeah, and he'll just capitalize on having that big eco lead right now. He has +1 on its way together with roach speed as well. Moving a bunch of links across the map right now. He's gonna see if he can do some more damage to this third yet again. But I don't think that Solo has to really commit into this. He can just be irritating for now.
And good surround here.
Surround.
Getting that spine crawl as well, and a bunch of roaches will go down here, and all units lost for Pupu is expensive. I mean, he doesn't really have the economy nor the larva to sustain his army. We can see he's on 45 army supply compared to 80 basically here for Solo. Solo is just messing up now to go in for that killing push, waiting for +1 range attack probably, and roach speed. So his roaches are a bit better. He will not have a great time window actually, because Pupu has also started his upgrades already, so maybe about 10 seconds or 15 seconds, a bit more, maybe even 20. But we can see he's starting to move out now. The speed is finished here, and well, this will be the decider if Solo takes this game number 1, I think, or if Pupu can actually defend this huge push that is coming out.
Yeah, but I don't really see how Pupu is supposed to defend this. This is just way too many roaches. Look at the amount of roaches right now. A lot of banelings as well. +1 is finished. He has roach speed as well. +1 is not even remotely close to finishing for Pupu while this this engagement is going on. There's a GG for Pupu. Game 1 goes to Solo.
Yep.
Alright, so 1 game up in the bottom right corner. It is Solo.
And his opponent, 1 game down, playing as the Red Zerg, it is Pupu.
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 Pupu. Pupu. Pupu.
Pupu.
Pupu. Pupu. Alright, so Pupu.
How can a name be that hard? I don't understand.
Oh, so it's not hard for you?
I meant overall.
Oh, okay. Thanks, because I don't really see how you are pronouncing it any differently from me. It's poo-poo.
Poo-poo.
Poo-poo. Alright, so in the top position, it is poo-poo building a spawning pool. And at the same time, Solo going for a 13 pool. So Solo might go for a bit of an aggressive play here. Will be interesting to see. Frozen Temple being a short distance rush map, you can do some real terrible damage if you want to, and we can see that Solo decides to do that. He is producing 6 lings right now together with that queen.
Yeah, and I mean, Poo-poo seemed to go for the 17 pool at least, but the links are out here, and more links are being produced as well from Solo. So
yeah, and it all comes down to how Poo-poo can defend this. He will see it in just a couple of seconds now, and will have to act accordingly. He needs to produce some links by himself, and he is doing that together with that queen. Won't get there for quite some time though, but it doesn't really look like Solo want to commit that much to it, because he isn't adding on gas right now.
yeah, exactly.
But at the same time, he is producing links, so it is hard to say.
And a slight advantage here for Solo, 8 links versus 6 links of Poo-poo here, so he will try to chip in here on the hatchery, and 2 more links added here as well. So Solo is definitely keeping the pressure up here. The queen comes in here to help out with the defense, and we can see here the hatchery is quite low actually, and denying this hatchery would be really big.
Getting quite a good surround on that queen actually, not getting up high enough onto that ramp to get a good wide spread. It is now Ling against Ling, and I have to see that Solo is the favored play now, getting a queen kill as well as a couple of more Lings. Looks like Solo will be just satisfied with the pick-off that he got, and will go back home for now and recuperate for that after that. He isn't adding on any gas as of now though. He's going gasless, so not having speed will be a bit of a disadvantage if Poo-poo decides to do any kind of early harassments here, because he has speed in about 30 seconds basically, and that means that he can go around and be really annoying with his lings. Although Solo seems to be fine sitting at home by that choke point by the natural.
Yeah, no stress for him really. He picked up a queen, picked up a bunch of lings, also denied some mining there from that base as well, I guess, just to catch up basically.
Yeah, and we do see now that Solo is adding on a Roach Warren together with that Evo Chamber. Being satisfied with the pick-off that he got, he's right now adding on 2 gases, getting the gas that he needs for the Roach Warren, or the Roaches rather, and we'll just hold it on 2 bases right now.
And a question is, it seems like Poo-poo is going for the 3rd base here, and also the lair tick, so what do you think we will see from him? Do you think he's droning quite heavily at the moment, so he really wants to get that economy up, it seems like, and he's adding on gases now as well, so
yeah, it looks, I would like to say that we might see Mudas here, seeing how seeing how he's adding on all of these gases at once, but at the same time he's not ending that 4th gas, so it's looking more like he wants to just have gas enough to be able to research properly. Oh, and there's actually a pause by Solo. Interesting.
maybe his relatives.
Yeah, it might be. Right, so while we wait for Solo,
You are the one to unpause, by the way.
Game resumed.
Well, Roach has been produced by both players, upgrades coming out as well.
Yeah, so we see one creep tomb is being cleaned up there right now for Solo. Being good and cancelling that in time though, so he can still utilize the creep tuber yet again. Can see that 2 queens together with a couple of roaches. This is enough to defend against any kind of early aggression from Poo Poo. Damn it! It's just really feels like I'm saying the same thing over and over again. But yeah, well, let's hope that I said it correctly. Poo Poo has a lot of roaches right now, and I think he could actually capitalize on that fact that he has a bit of a army advantage together with that third base, because he has the lava that he needs to really back up a big army production, while Solo will be a bit behind because of that 2 base of his. But what Solo has that Poo Poo has not is confidence in his ability to attack, because he is actually moving across the map right now.
Yeah, but this is not a good engage. But still, he has the
He has
transducer
the
from
queens.
the queens.
Yeah, exactly.
And that is actually doing a lot. But we can see here quite a good
Big
corrosive bile
corrosive
actually,
hit.
but not enough here. But here's the better engage for Solo to actually have. But I don't like him fighting up here, even though he has the queen support.
No, but at the same time, both players are trading quite evenly right now, and the corrosive biles are dodged, and it's looking like Poo Poo is almost pulling the lead there in the end, and Solo decides to back off for now. Having the queens with him though did equalize it a bit, I have to say.
Yeah, absolutely. It wasn't an okay trade for both players, but it really feels like Solo needed to get a bit more out of it. But at the same time, they're the same amount of drones right now, and same upgrades
Yeah, they are
as
really
well. So,
mimicking each other right now.
but this is a good concave here from Poo Poo, and this fight doesn't look good at all for Solo, to be honest. He's fighting in a really bad position. Reinforcement comes in here for Poo Poo as well, and well, it's really hard to tell who is actually winning, but I think it's Poo Poo actually.
And that backing off by Solo made him actually lose that engagement. He has lost a whole lot more what can you say, engagement time by backing off a bit too early. The thing that Solo managed to utilize that was actually a really good thing to do was having one Ravager, which meant that he could force Poo Poo to move some of his roaches, which meant that they lost a couple of milliseconds worth of firing time, and that meant that Solo got a bit more efficiency out of his roaches compared to Poo Poo, but in the long run it didn't really mean that much.
Yeah, exactly. 2 Ravagers being added here for Poo Poo, and upgrade number 2 goes down for Solo. It is the attack here for his roaches, and not started yet for Poo Poo, so might see here that Solo might have a bit stronger army. He's also droning at the moment, so a bit ahead in income right now at least, but Poo Poo will catch up eventually. But I mean, it really feels like Solo has capitalized on the aggression that he put against Poo Poo here, just to catch up in economy and macro, basically.
Yeah, exactly. So it's looking like I can't really say which play is favored right now. I think that Solo will start to capitalize on the drone advantage soon, but it all comes down to if Poo Poo decides to utilize his army right now, because he is, well, he should be ahead in army because of that, but it actually doesn't look like that, because Poo Poo is actually an equal amount of army. So +2 on its way for Solo though, and as soon as that +2 together with those 14 roaches arrives, a big push can be done for Solo. But as of right now, Pupu is the one that decides to move in, and I think he will not really be in for a treat here though, because as soon as these roaches comes up, the amount of roaches that Solo just built will hit as well. Some links move in towards the mineral line, will clean up a couple of drones, getting 5 drones already. That is actually quite a big pickoff, actually. 6 drones being killed. And yeah, I have to say that Pupu got a bit of a lead there in terms of drones. To be honest,
look here,
49 to 48.
Solo's advantage now is that he is so far ahead with this attack upgrade compared to Pupu here. Pupu has recently started this upgrade, and fighting here against the amount of roaches that Solo has will be really tough for him. There will be a big roach clash here, and look at the amount of roaches from these players.
Yeah, and the +2 is what is...
but this is really bad for Solo.
Yeah, that could have been a disaster for him, but he managed to pull off in the end, which did help him a lot. And we can see now that both players just moves in on top of the other, because they can't really dodge any more corrosive bites anyway. We can see now that +2 is what is making it all come down in Solo's favor. But what Pupu had in his favor though was a bunch of corrosive bites that actually hit quite well. But it's just in a roach clash like this, it's just the upgrades is what it all comes down to. And I think that Solo could have actually won that if he had just stayed.
Yeah, and well, you can see resourcement or resources lost here. That Pupu did actually lose a bit more than Solo did. I really like the transition that Solo is doing right now, getting a couple of Hydras here. I think he's also finished with his lurker then, so he will have some support here for his roaches that Pupu doesn't have.
Yeah, exactly. And when that hits, that will be an even more lead for him in an engagement. But it all comes down to when the lurkers hit and where Solo decides to engage. We see a 4th has been built for Solo and will start to get saturated quite soon, I think, but I'm not entirely sure, because it might be that Solo wants to end this game before that, because he is a bit behind on drones right now. No, it goes back up. The lurkers is what this all comes down to, and I wonder if Pupu will see this before he moves into the lurkers, or if he'll see it when Solo decides to move in.
And look
what
at
we see
this.
right now is that he actually leaves all of his lurkers back home here, and I'm not entirely sure if I like that, because lurkers by themselves are quite bad, but at the same time, just against roaches, the range on roaches are just not good enough to really engage that efficiently against lurkers. A lot of these roaches will take a lot of damage from it.
Yeah,
when they are finally done there. So when Solo comes here now, when Solo comes in here now, he'll be able to clean up these roaches. But the damage that Pupu is able to do now is a lot though. But here comes the army of Solo, which can clean up all of these roaches if he wants to. What he can do right now is actually just move in with his units, kill these roaches off, and then kill that 4th base. He already got the 3rd, so...
Yeah, and Pupu won't have the amount of resources here to resupply his army. But, I mean, Solo really has to finish this game.
Yeah, he's
right now
so far behind on workers. And there's a GG. Solo takes game number 2. Bit of a back and forth game. I wasn't really sure who would actually win that. It felt like Solo had some control in some of the engagements, but I couldn't really say.
It felt like he was going. He was a bit ahead all the time, just with the upgrades, with the transitions into lurkers and stuff like that. So I guess that was what made him win the game as well. And I think he deliberately left the lurkers there for Pupu to engage in, like a bait. Oh, look here, I can go and take a bunch of lurkers, 6 or 7 of them. And he basically just wanted Pupu to do that. So he could
exactly.
so he could go back, clean up that army, and then finish the game.
No, that is wrong. I actually set up you versus me.
Yeah, so
And then Solo and Pupu as spectators. That would have been interesting. Alright, so Solo needed a couple of minutes worth of a break here, so we'll surely give him that. In the meantime, Half, what are your predictions here? Who do you think will go up against Space Marine? Do you think that Soul will take this next game as well? I guess not. Right, so I'm all by myself. Ain't that just lovely? Right, guys, so while Hoff is apparently away, I will also quickly go and get some water while we wait for Solo to get back. Alright, so in the top right corner, playing as the pink Zerg, it is Solo.
and his opponent is down 2 games at the moment, playing as the purple Zerg, is Pupu.
Yeah, so Cooper being in a bit of a uphill battle now, being down 2 games. Do you think he'll pull ahead and manage to get a game now, or do you think Solo will move in, sweep Poopa across Poopa away, and go directly into the finals against Space Marine?
Well, it feels like Solo is he's looking strong. I mean, he has his build order straight. He is also playing a good strategic game. I feel like he really knows what to do against another Zerg player. And well, it feels like Pupu has to step up. He really has to do. I don't really know what, but he has to do something better, like taking command. It feels like Solo is the one leading the game pace right now and making all the decisions on what is going to happen, basically. And I think that Pupu has to do something else, try to break that pattern and start to be the one that actually takes command.
Yes, we see Solo right now. He is building 6 links right now. More links being added as well. Speed is 50% done, so he wants to finish this early. Let's see how that goes. Right, so the links are moving across the map. They will actually find the correct way right now and will start to... Nope, he actually decides to wait for that baneling nest, I guess. Because he knows where his opponent is. Yeah, why not utilize that? At the same time, running away like this, you're going right in the path of overlords, Solo. And, I mean, this will be visible now. I'm not really understanding the choice there. But, yeah, Solo goes in now with his links. Gonna find some drones actually getting two SCVs, 2 Zerglings already. And he's in the main now with 2 banelings, and this will hurt. The banelings are moving its way in towards the middle line, getting 6 drones there. Oh my god, Poo-Poo, this is not looking good at all. This queen is being caught as well, getting a good surround there, getting that queen already, and now we can make short work of this hatchery, and there's not a whole lot that Poo-Poo can actually do. Getting a good surround on that baneling nest as well, no baneling nest for you, Poo-Poo. And once again, getting a good surround on the links, so no real ling advantage either for Poo-Poo here. And together with the banelings again, he can go and do some more damage to the mineral line of Poo-Poo. And a good connection there to the drones right now, which means that he can easily clean up even more drones. 2 more drones have been killed now. They are on equal amount of drones. And being on equal amount of drones when you are in a big disadvantage when it comes to army is not a good position to be in. And I think what Solo can actually do right now is just sacrifice all of his banelings into the spine crawler and then finish the game. And we've seen now a big catch actually, and now there's just 3 drones left here for Poo-Poo. And I think that this is sadly it for you, Poo-Poo, and Solo will be the one that moves into the finals here.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, coming back from this position feels like, I don't know, it feels impossible, to be honest. Solo basically just has to wait now for his reinforcements to arrive and then go in for that finishing blow. So Poo-Poo doesn't have anything actually. He has 4 workers right now, 5, and a spine crawler, not even a queen.
No, not even a queen, just 5 workers right now trying to get some minerals to Poo-Poo's production, but his spine crawler goes down in this GG. Solo takes a comfortable 3-0 against Poo-Poo.
Yeah, well, we will see more of Poo-Poo in the
main event.
So, but for now, we will have to settle with Space Marine versus Solo, and that will be an interesting match indeed.
Oh yeah, so guys, we'll be right back with the finals of the second qualifier. We'll be back in just a minute or 2, so stay with us as we are starting the map videos right now.
Scouting here. Now Matumba Man realizes just how many heroes of LG are actually here. It's in his room.
The 2 heroes are from the side. Oh, the smoke beetle, the road to the Ravage! 5-man setup right into the static storm. The anvil gets dropped by LGD, and and they take 4 just like that. An ultra kill for Jerix of all people. And now maybe he's looking for the great escape through the trees, but he's already been hit by the track. Liquid not going to try and go for the dive, though. Liquid TV.
reasons why I need to hold on to everything. I don't know what to say now. I need to hold on to
time for the final. Between a Protoss and a Zerg. A Dane versus a Norwegian.
Yeah, and in the bottom right corner playing as the red Protoss, it is the Dane, it is Space Marine.
And his opponent, the pink Zerg in the upper left corner, it is Solo.
Yeah, so Norway versus Denmark in the finals.
Yeah, a lot of prestige here. We have the Pölse versus Brunost.
Yeah, the oil versus the no oil.
Agriculture, I would say.
The what?
Agriculture.
Yeah, I guess. Just the more liberal country versus the more socialist country. If you want to go that route.
Yeah.
Anyhow, this is the finals of the second qualifier. The winner of this best of 5 will get 5% of the total prize pool in the end when the Battle Scandinavia 2 main event concludes. And yeah, I guess both players are interested in getting that 5%. Who knows how much that can be? That could be 5% out of 300. It could be 5% out of 400, or even 5% out of 500. It all depends on how much the community wants to chip in and help out. We've already done a bit of that job ourselves, and together with Matcherino, we managed to increase that prize pool even more. But we do need some of your help as well, guys, if we want to get that prize pool up in a really good and competitive level, and also be able to really help the pro players out with prize money. So if you feel like you can help out, please go ahead and visit our Matcherino page. You can find the link by writing the command !Matcherino in chat. But yeah, also just utilizing that coupon code that you will get notified by when you use that command is also a great way of just helping out, because you can donate $1 free of charge by utilizing that coupon. Anyhow, we are now in our finals here, and we'll start to commentate on what is going on here. So the scouting adept from Space Marine is making its way across the map right now. At the same time, Solo has managed to go all the way up to 3 bases now. 3 bases means that he'll get a lot of income eventually, and a lot of production.
Yeah, exactly. And also, well, we can see it seems like Space Marine is going for some early adepts here. Also with the mothership core here, so really looking to do some damage here to the mineral line. But good micro here from Space Marine, manages to save at least 2 at least of the drones, even 3 I guess, and there's the recall. So
yeah, getting 2 drones for 1 adept is sort of equal, I guess.
yeah, and I mean, still good defense there from Solo, didn't lose that much, and as you said earlier, he is on 3 bases, so eventually that will start to increase the resources for Solo as well as the larva production, so he will really be able to mass out units. We can see the Bangle nest going down here now as well for Solo, adept speed going down for Space Marine, and a bunch of adepts there in the backlines just guarding the wall that the Mexicans built.
Yeah, exactly. So Trump has been in Space Marine space, shown him where that wall should be built, and then getting that eco bonus from the Mexicans that apparently the probes of Space Marines are.
Yeah.
I'm not entirely sure how racist that is, if that is just a good pun on Trump, but I think we should be a bit careful, actually.
Yeah.
But yeah, we can see now that the adepts are here, but there's a lot of links And if these Lings get a good surround, I don't think that a Dex can do that much damage. As long as Solo pulls his drones away in time,
Only
the 2
loses
drones
2
are
though.
killed. And there might actually be some more drones being killed over here by the 3rd, as the drones are not really running away. 5 drones all in all right now being killed. Maybe, no, just 5 drones, but 5 drones. I think he should be quite satisfied with that trade. There's a lot of Lings here now, and remember, he built a Baneling nest earlier, and we might actually see a bit of a Baneling bust going down here now for Solo.
Let's hope so. Always exciting to see Banelings burst.
Yeah, so the first pylon overcharge here now for Space Marine has gone down. Remember, there's still some energy left on this mothership core. But what can he do against all of these Banelings?
Yeah.
Oh my god, why did he go out with his sentries? He would have needed them for force fields. And now there's no more force fields available. The Space Marine, you are dropping this right now. The pylon will go down to the Baneling bust. There's just one pylon left here that is focused down as well. And the probe line of Space Marine is already killed off. And right now there's only one overcharged pylon left here by the 3rd position. And Solo manages to Baneling bust that one as well.
The 3rd base is definitely going down here. And I wonder if we won't see a full attack here now at the wall as well. Might need a bit more...
Yeah, there's one force field actually available for Space Marine here as well, and one overcharge left also. But just a big Baneling bus again now, and Solo will have this map.
Yeah,
easily.
absolutely.
But there's 2 DTs here now. 2 DTs that could do some damage, but there's actually a Spore Crawler by the mineral line here, and he's actually pulling drones as well to try and battle out against that DT. And the 3rd one is being added as well. The Lings are running back home. I do like that choice, as they are mobile, they are fast, and they can easily clean up these DTs as soon as that overseer is complete. So the DTs buy some time for Space Marine, I have to say. But how much time have they actually bought? As I think Solo is looking to get a big comfortable lead here, even though he doesn't end up ending that game that quickly.
Yeah, a lot of zealots here just to guard the wall here. We can see a ton of production actually here, and the DTs come in here. He will be able to save them though. Well, Space Marine is doing his best just to buy himself more time, but eventually he will need that 3rd base again that he lost. And the question is how far ahead, if it comes to that point even, how far ahead will Solo then be? Will he be at 4 bases? What kind of units? We can see Hydra's already coming out here for Solo. Lurker then almost finished as well, so the DTs here are doing some work here, but now they are picked off, and no more buying time here for Space Marine. He will have to, as we can see here, he decides to engage. The charge is ready here, decides to warp in a lot of zealots there as well, so he will put everything he has into this push. But I can't really see how, even though there are many zealots, but he will go up against Lurkers, Lings, maybe even Hydras here, and Banelings as well. So
big surround soon for Solo here. A lot of Baneling goes in as well. Some of the cells have already been popped. Good surrounds there by the Lings on the Zealots. All of the cells are cleaned up now. 3 cells remaining in the War Prism, but Solo takes game number 1.
exactly, and that was bound to happen. That push that came from Solo it paid off so much.
Yeah, exactly. So next map will be Frozen Temple. It looks like Solo is riding some poo-poo faces.
Yeah.
And I have to say, I just realized that Poo-poo's name could have been two Poo-poos.
So going up at Frozen Temple might see early aggression from both players at this map. A depth push maybe from Space Marine, or early pull for Solo, you never know.
Nope.
Where did you go, Mindful?
Yeah, I'm right here.
Well,
I hope the loading screen would be a bit longer than it actually was, because I ran straight to the kitchen while the loading screen started to get myself another cup of coffee.
okay.
All right, so in the bottom right position, playing as Red Protoss, it is once again Space Marine.
And Solo, he's looking really hungry, he's playing well, and he's up one game here, he's playing as the Pink Zerg, Solo.
Yeah, so Solo versus Space Marine. See how this map goes. First map was looking like Space Marine would be able to hold at the start, because he had a good amount of sentries that could help him out. But then all of a sudden he just went straight out with his sentries, and I do not really understand why. And losing those sentries meant that he had no force fields available by his third, and then yeah, Solo had basically free reign over the third, and then eventually just steamrolling Space Marine by macro, simply.
Yeah, exactly.
So this time Space Marine going for that quick second Nexus. At the same time, Solo getting two hatcheries right now, not having a third just yet. It would have been a bit early, I guess, but still, adding on that spawning pool, it seems like he just wants to get enough gas to get speed going.
Well, no really early aggression from anyone. It seems like Space Marine is just getting the standard buildings here, starts to get one adept now, Nexus almost finished, Mothership Core is going out as well, so well, he did pull his Mothership Core in the previous game, but couldn't really do that much damage with it, but I don't think he will actually pull it this time, to be honest. Not a map maybe that is suited for it. I feel like
guess not.
King's Leon Station is well, you always had that chasm at the second base where you can come in, basically.
Yeah, exactly. You can float over and get some drone hits. The base right now is situated in a totally different position where you have to pass by the queen first in order to get to the mineral land, basically.
Yeah.
So yeah, this queen is chasing after that adept for a little bit at least. The shade is going into the main, sees the speed almost done here. At the same time, Solo is adding on a couple of more drones, so he's not. But there's actually a couple of links being added just as I was about to say that there won't be any early aggression. So it might be that Solo actually goes out with a couple of links now to see if he can do some damage. At the same time, someone is utilizing his horn outside
Yeah, I can
for
hear
some
that.
stupid reason, and I can't really do much about that, but I guess he wants to be in the stream as well, and so he is. Right, so the links are making their way across the map right now. Gotta try and squeeze those way besides the two gateways, but can't really get through that adept and the two gateways.
Yeah, so Phoenix is coming out here for Space Marine, and also together with the Phoenix he's adding on a robotics here, so already starting to well, I don't know about the link composition against or I mean dealing with the link composition with Phoenixes. Of course you can lift up a couple of links as well, but still would have been more efficient, I guess, against roaches and ravagers.
Yeah, what he wants to try and do here, though, is getting a couple of queens, for example. But it takes a while for just 2 phoenixes to be able to kill 1 queen. They won't really get that much value out of it. Not yet, at least. He needs more. But the adepts are making their way across the map as well. So the adepts, together with the phoenixes, against the queens and lings, might help out, though.
Yeah, definitely.
Adepts making their way towards the third. Gonna start to get some kills, actually. 2 adepts gets caught, but at the same time, in the main mineral line of the third, he got valuable kills there, getting 12 drones, and that is actually quite a big hit there on the economy of solos.
Yeah, absolutely, and also able to pick off Overlord there with his phoenixes, and denies mining from 2 bases at the same time. So Solo really has to, it feels like he really has to do an aggressive move here now and do some damage of his own. You can see the 3rd base is going up here as well for Space Marine. He's starting to add on Immortals. Charge is being researched now as well, so quite a scary time now. A scary time window here for Solo, where he actually needs to do some damage. It feels like, but it feels like it is. I think that Space Marine right now is the one controlling the pace of this game. He is constantly keeping pressure with adepts, with his phoenixes, just harassing different bases. We can see he also gets a lot of workers here, doing these multiple splits into the 2nd and 3rd base of Solo, and up here once again the phoenixes just killing off the workers there in the gas. So Solo is really starting to get hurt now by these multiple harassments. And
yeah, exactly. So, but at the same time, the lings are making their way across into the mineral line now. The overcharge does destroy any kind of hope of getting probes, though. And you can see now that 3 sellers together with an immortal, I guess, is about enough to actually deny any kind of push there as well. See, these 4 phoenixes have actually done a really good job at just picking up drones at that gas in the main and just getting a couple of drone kills every now and then, and at the same time doing the multi-pronged attack with the adepts, and paid off tremendously for Space Marine.
Yeah, and once again the adepts into the mineral line here, getting 4 workers, and then escaping into the 3rd base, getting even more if he decides to micro them. Doesn't seem like it. He decided to go for the gas here again with his phoenixes, maybe even able to get this queen here. The other queens are quite far away with transfuses actually, and he's able to get that queen. The Hydras, however, are out right now and will be able to fend off these phoenixes now, so will be a lot harder for the Space Marine to actually do anything with the phoenixes. But he's starting to add on production now, and we can see he has a big mineral bank here.
Yeah, he actually managed to float for a bit here. I don't think he actually thought that he would get this big of a macro lead that he has right now. So really needed and good to just time in all of this production. And the push of Space Marine that will come in a short while here is really scary for Solo, as he does not have enough to actually engage into these units. You see a couple of banelings being added as well, but it's just not enough to deal with units like Zealots, Immortals, and Archons at the same time.
Yeah, and these Zealots just being that meat wall in front of the Archons and Immortals.
Yeah, exactly. At the same time, Archons themselves being so tanky, they will also be able to act as somewhat of a shield for all of this surround potential that the Lings pose.
Yeah, and I mean, look at this harass. 41 drones has been killed for Solo, and he's just constantly harassing Solo in different locations. Whenever he gets a chance, he just goes in with his phoenixes, a few adepts, just get a few of these drones and I mean, not only does it ruin the economy of Solo, but it also takes up larva to resupply with workers.
Yeah, exactly. So even though the army supply of the two players are quite similar right now, the amount of workers that Space Marine has right now is just a bit too much, a bit too much for him. But I mean, he is in a bit of an out of position here right now. I'm not entirely sure what Space Marine thought there, because when the Banelings roll in now, the cellars are getting cleaned up, and there's so many Hydras here that cleans up all of these units, but there's too many cellars here now that gets right on top of these Hydras, and there's no buffer units for them. And at the same time, it actually seems like the cellars that the Hydras prevail. I actually didn't think that he would be able to hold on for that long. And by the time it's actually cleaned up, I have to say that Solo did a good job with the units that he had. There were just too many good units for Space Marine. All of the Immortals are still alive, and they will be able to, once again, do damage to Solo as soon as they go in towards the third and natural of Solo here.
But here comes the real test here for Solo, because Space Marine has better economy. Solo might not have enough larva to resupply his army. We can see the Lings here also. Not enough Lings, not enough Hydras to actually deal with this push, and this looks like a really tough defense here for Solo. He's doing his best to hang on, but at the same time the army of Space Marine is split up. He's going in here in the second base. At the same time there are a lot of cellars there in the third, and there's the GG.
Yeah, so 1-1 right now. Good comeback there from Space Marine. I have to say he did a tremendous job with the harassment in that second game.
Absolutely.
Right, so the third map was New Gettysburg.
Game number 3 then.
Yeah, so who will take that comfortable third map where you get in a position where you're one step away from the win? That is what we'll find out now. In the bottom left position, playing as the pink Zerg, it is Solo.
And his opponent playing as the red Protoss, it is Space Marine. So, very different game, the second one, compared to the first one. Really opposite roles, basically. It felt like first game, Solo controlled the pace, but in the second game it was the opposite. It was instead Space Marine that controlled the pace of the game.
Yeah, I think one of the big differences there from the first and second game was that Solo was basically clumped up into his corner of the map because of the harassment potential that Space Marine posed with the adept pushes and the Phoenix harassments. And at the same time, I think Space Marine just got so much value out of every single harassment that he did. And as time moves on, it just got out of control, basically.
Yeah, and well, 17 hatch I think it was, and 17 pool for Solo. Nexus goes down prior to the cybernetics core for Space Marine, so one gas so far for, and now the second gas is being taken here by Space Marine. So, well, what is your prediction about this map?
I am not sure at all. I think we'll see some early adept harassment again. Not entirely sure about the Phoenix play though. Might actually not see that. I do think that we'll see a lot of lanes and banelings for solo, so that will be in common with the other maps. But other than that, I'm not entirely sure right now. The second Nexus is completed right now together with the Mothership core, so Space Marine is gonna start to saturate that base immediately. Sindan Walker technology is being researched. He's not adding on any gateways yet. There it is. Oh, rather, that's actually a Stargate, so he is gonna go for Phoenix play again. Actually didn't think that he might go for that.
Maybe Oracle, you never know.
Maybe. Alright, so the scouting adept is making its way across the map. We'll see if it can do any kind of damage or if it will just scout. You can see that the proxy pylon here, or rather the expansion denial pylon of Space Marine is going to be annoying for a little bit here for solo.
Yeah, well, you was correct there, Mindful. Phoenix is going out here for Space Marine once again, and well, I can understand that decision because he did so much damage with them in the previous game. So the problem now for solo will be how good will he be able to defend this push, this Phoenix harassment.
Oh yeah, exactly. We do see roaches already out on the map. Seems as if Solo actually wants to finish this map early, because he's producing a lot of links together with the roaches that are already on the map. At the same time, we see a Void Ray added for Space Marine. The lonely sentry being caught there outside of his natural. The big pickoff actually.
Well, the Void Ray play is actually useful here just for dealing with the roaches and ravagers.
Yeah, I guess in the long run it will really pay off.
This is a heavy push here from Solo. He's really trying to commit here, but look at the Void Ray just picking off all of these roaches basically, and it's nothing that Solo can do about it.
No, and I think going back there was a bit of a mistake, because he actually had a big surround on that gateway that was built, and he could have actually squeezed his way in. But as of now, I do understand why he decides to go back, because that Void Ray will just be too annoying. So what Solo hopes to do now is he's just gonna drone in the back of this, and besides that, just get that third up, and perhaps get a lair so he can get some Hydras, because this Void Ray is gonna be very irritating.
Yeah, absolutely, and well, he's getting Lair, he's getting third base here as well, adding on extra gas here, so playing on 4 gas right now, and a problem for Space Marine is that he has blocked himself in entirely, so oh, but look at this Void Ray, he's doing so much damage here to the third base. The question is, will Solo have anything here to... I think he will actually lose this base, right?
Yeah, he doesn't have any queens for defense actually. Yeah, he just has to add that Hydra then, and when you wait for Hydras to pop up.
It takes some time here.
Will
One
he
queen
get...
is about to come out, but I mean, this hatchery is Solo, and look at the Phoenixes just standing here in the back lines. Will pick up this queen immediately, I believe, to protect that Void Ray, and will also be picked off. So once again, it feels like Space Marine is really doing damage with small measures, basically.
Yeah, and it's looking really good for Space Marine, to be honest. Look here, there's a big push also on his way across the map with Zealots, a couple of sentries, and Adepts. And I think Solo has to be a bit worried about how he's gonna deal with that, because he only has Lings and a couple of Hydras. And one Phoenix goes down immediately. The amount of Hydras here, though, are making short work of the units of Space Marine, and they will actually be able to push this back. And
No
I think
charge
the right
available
choice of
either.
Solo right now is to just chase this. And
But
look
look
at
at
how
them.
slow these Hydras are without creep and without the speed upgrade.
Yeah, at the same
Holy
time,
moly.
Space Marine is actually warping in Adepts here into the main, where there are no units to protect here. One Hydra is out, but Adepts quite strong against Hydras, at least when there are not enough here. I would like to see even more warpings basically from Space Marine. He could clean up all the drones here if he decided to warp in more, but seems like he will be focusing on defending his second base here and his wall.
Yeah, I think the best choice of Solo would be to actually go for that third for now and just deny that.
Yeah.
But I guess he doesn't really have that much time. Look at the amount of floating that Space Marine is doing right now.
Yeah, not enough production basically to keep up with the income that he has. The base there is denied. Here comes the mothership slow as well, and that is really good actually, because he's able to pick off maybe a few Hydras here. But at the same time, it really feels like Solo has hit a really good timing here with his Hydras.
Yeah.
It's not like...
Yes. Space Marine really needs to add on a couple of gateways here, because he doesn't have enough production here to deal with this.
Yeah. And
if he
will lose
loses
more.
these walkers as well, he will hit even more on his production.
Able to get that one gateway, and it's quite a big pickoff, but look here, he actually has the disruptor.
Oh, and that is a big hit with that disruptor. Holy moly, that is game for Space Marine. Holy shit, that was a really good pickup. I was not ready for that.
Holy moly.
Yeah, I wanted to say swear words, but I thought that, nah, I'm gonna be professional. And instead say holy moly.
Holy
Right, so the fourth map will be Frost. And there it is. Alright, so Space Marine just one map away from getting that 5% of the total prize pool.
Yeah, exactly. Space Marine is eager to play here.
Yeah, it looks like it. Alright, so the fourth map, Frost. Space Marine up 2 games. Or 2 maps. Against Solos 1. Think nerves are starting to play out here?
Maybe, you never know.
You never know, you never know. Alright, so in the bottom right position, playing as the pink Zerg, it is Solo.
And his opponent, he's looking to close this series with a win here. Playing as the purple Protoss, it is Space Marine.
Yeah, alright, so Space Marine against Solo PVC. By the way, did you vote on Star Cells for the second qualifier?
Actually, my StarSense account somehow got logged out, and it seems like I have to create a new one.
What?
Yeah.
Didn't you use your Google account or something like that?
Yeah, I did, but when I try to log in, it says like choose your nickname.
Oh,
And
that's not good.
no, exactly. So I haven't dared to press anything more than that.
No, I think you shouldn't do that. Just talk with StarSense afterwards. Anyway, I was gonna say that I don't think I predicted these two players to play in this qualifier. I'm gonna check right now. It could be quite fun to see. Right, so while I do that, we can see that 3 hatcheries are up for Solo. He wants to play from 3 bases rather, quite fast.
Yeah, exactly. And oh, look at this though. This, my friend,
Interesting choice.
this, my friend, is not nice.
Actually, do you know what's funny?
No?
I actually have the exact correct choices for all maps.
What?
Yeah.
Legit.
You know, Sato had to leave a walkover,
Yeah.
and I knew that Solo would take Sato's place. And so I picked Sato, because Sato was still the one that was playing according to StarSense. And now I have Space Marine and Sato in the final, and then it will be Sato against Space Marine.
Oh my god. Space
Yeah,
Marine, why are you doing this?
Weird to see a cannon rush actually.
Not a full cannon rush though, only 2 cannons here making some work here at the
At the second base.
yeah.
At the same time, he's gonna be able to pick off the pylons that power this, and I'm not entirely sure if he'll actually be able to get the hatchery before. I guess he will just get it.
Yeah,
That
it
is,
looks like
if he's not trading against the cannons.
he will try to go in here. Oh, and look.
And he actually unpowers it, so he saved that hatchery actually.
Yeah.
And big commitment for Space Marine that didn't really pay off as much as it could. I mean, Solo has still droned in at the 3rd. He has 5 drones there already. He has 31 drones available in contrast to Space Marine's 27 probes. Yeah, so kind of a valuable defense there from Solo, but look at this Oracle making its way towards the mineral line, starting to get probes.
And
5
this is
drones, I mean.
totally
5, 6
uncontested here.
drones. Yeah, 7 drones, 8 drones. This is hurting his economy a lot, but at the same time, Lynx are on the other side of the map. The force fields goes up just in the nick of time and saves this base from now. Remember, Space Marine is only on 1 base. He's not mining out of this base yet. And at the same time, Solo has 3 bases. If he just drones for a bit now, he will be in a big mineral lead. See now that the spine crawlers are moving towards the different mineral lines of Solo's bases. We can see there's even a spore crawler by the main. So he's gonna defend this eventually. At the same time, gateways are being added as well here. Yeah, looks like Solo will be a bit favored now if he can squash his way towards. Oh my god, he actually got through. If he had moved in with all of his targets, he would have gone through. That was really close. But yeah, I don't think Solo was ready for that. I think he thought that it was blocked, and when the surgeon got in, he was just as surprised as we were. Okay, we see the Void Ray once again. There's actually 2 Void Rays now. So 2 Void Rays, another one being added as well. Let's see if anything is going to happen here with the with the Void Ray harassment of Space Marine. In back of this, we do see there's not a whole lot of queens that can actually help Alvin. I think these Voiders will actually be able to do a lot of damage.
Yeah,
Oh,
two
Solo.
of them is really dangerous actually. And even though he has a Spore Crawler there, the Voiders will probably be able to pick that Spore Crawler off before it... Yeah, look how fast it went down.
Yeah, but at the same time, Void Rays are not that good against queens. And so I think Solo can actually defend against these two Void Rays. The push, though, will be a bit more problematic, perhaps. There's not a whole lot of units for Solo on the map at all. It's kind of starved on units, only 28 worth of army supply. He's been droning so much. And as we see, there's some good force fields for Space Marine. This push is actually starting to look like it will actually succeed.
And Solo is forced to pull all of his drones here. There are some Hydras here up at the high ground though that can defend some. And the Celos come in here and they are able to pick off these Hydras. Look here, even more Celots and Adepts coming in here, and well, I have to say I don't know if Solo can actually be able to defend this, but
We have to remember that he's still up on workers. Only now is he actually behind on workers. And I think that what it all comes down to now is if Sol is actually able to defend out of the units that he has. He has a lot of drones here that is just standing, not doing anything at all.
yeah, and to be honest, this looks quite grim here for Solo. A lot of Adepts here alive, and I don't think that Solo actually has enough larva or enough units to be able to hold this.
No, exactly. So, as we can see right now, there's the GG, and that means that Space Marine takes the finals with a 3-1 score.
Yeah, exactly. So we have two Danes actually taking the first place
Yeah, exactly.
in both qualifiers. And well,
Yeah, that means that Space Marine is the lucky second winner. So he and Pox will be the two that gets the best seeds in the main event, along with 5% each of the prize pool once the prize pool completes, which will be once the main event is over. So congratulations to Pox yesterday and to Space Marine today.
absolutely.
Two Protoss players. So Protoss, OP, I guess.
Yeah, probably.
Alright, so guys, I think that is it for our cast for tonight, or today even. Thanks a lot to everyone that tuned in for the qualifiers yesterday and today. It was a really fun job for us to cast this, and really fun to admin it as well. A lot of great games was casted, and I think all of the players had a great time as well. So yeah, it's really nice to see all of the Scandinavians duke it out in the Battle of Scandinavia qualifiers. Hoff, do you have anything you want to say?
No.
No. Great. All right, guys. So
Just a thanks to everyone that has helped us with the donations, and we still have coupons left. So if you have some friends, just tell them to use the coupon code Viking TV 2, and they will donate $1 for free at our tournament. And
Exactly.
thanks a lot for tuning in today, and we look forward to see you when the main event will start as well. So that will be really interesting. A lot of good players now that are in that tournament. So
Yeah, exactly. And stay tuned for the seeds of the main event. I will start to work on that immediately, and we'll see where all the players are seeded, basically. Yeah, we'll come back with the date of the main event. It will be later this September. We just need to make sure that we don't host our tournament at the same time as any other big tournament, so that all the pro players can play, and no one has to give out a walkover or anything, as that would be a shame. Yeah, not much more to say about Battle Scandinavia, I think.
no, I don't think so. I guess
No.
we might be back tomorrow with some Go for SE2.
Yeah, the
Sunday.
weekly finals at 2 o'clock it is, right?
Yeah, exactly. So
Yeah, so we will probably be back with some more Scandinavians tomorrow at 2 Central European Standard Time.
yeah,
And yeah, I'll just go on with the well, the ending credits, basically.
yeah.
So, or the ending shoutouts, rather. Right, so I would like to thank every single one of you that tuned in for today and yesterday. It was a really fun tournament to cast. You can find our YouTube channel if you want to watch any of the VODs later on. We are on YouTube at Viking TV Sweden. We also have a Twitter account that you can follow if you want. There you can follow and see when we go live, and also see some of our own blog posts, etc., about the StarCraft meta and in general esport news, etc., over on Twitter. That is Viking TV Sweden as well, our name. Please click that follow button if you enjoy the casting and would like to see more of us. Yeah, and I think that is it. I would like to give a big thanks from me, Mindful. I really enjoyed this event and hope to do a whole lot more. Yeah, take it away, Hoff. Yeah, great job, Hoff. All right, so
Oh, but I started after.